was on fire and no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, what a wicked game to play, to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do, to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do, to make me dream of you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, with you.
Señores, se viene la con. Se viene la con. Acaban de hacer un audio test. Acaban de hacer un audio test en el canal de Star Citizen. Y digo, no me puedo perder ni un segundo, tío. La auténtica locura, chavales. La auténtica locura. Estoy nervioso, ansioso, esperando. Es una barbaridad. Madre mía, chavales. Madre mía. Aquí no miramos spoilers, el puro hippie. Muchas gracias, Escarrión. Buenas, Faibo.
Un año más, y un sueño más cerca de la realidad. Bíceps flexionado.
He abierto pronto, chicos, porque... He abierto pronto, Randur, porque han hecho un audio test y digo, hostia, como hagan algo antes, así que era necesario. Aparte que ya no me aguantaba más. O sea, ya dije que no sabía cuánto me iba a aguantar sin abrir. Estaba ahora mismo tirándome de los pelos, tío, para poder abrir. El ansia, totalmente. El audio y todo eso, espero que esté todo correcto. Está puesto, sí. Hay un goodies pack, sí. Dios, vamos a estar aquí 1 hora 40 minutos flipando. Madre mía. 1 hora 40 minutos flipando. A ver. Buenas hippie, buenas Hopper, buenas Ecotero, buenas yo que sé, buenas Doncasta, buenas Seven, buenas Grafito, buenas Lotter, buenas RV, Rider, la del segundo, Pizonga, vaya tela. No va a haber keynote este año, como otros años, efectivamente. No sabemos si aparecerá Chris Roberts o no, pero en principio no va a aparecer como el típico discurso. Ese Randur por ahí también. Faibo, Rastapater, Máquina también por ahí. Bastard también. Lotter también. Buenas, Arnari. Buenas, Juancho. Esta va a ser mi primera CitizenCon como partner de Twitch, chavales. Se espera algún concept, yo espero más de uno. Yo espero más de uno va a estar. Que se eleve el curro va a estar. La cartera está lista. Ahí la cartera, chaval. Ya ves. Vaya locura, chicos. Estoy nerviosillo, nerviosillo, ¿eh? Nerviosillo, nerviosillo. Nerviosillo y todavía falta 1 hora y media, chavales. Yo ya digo, casi prefiero mejor aquí conectarme con vosotros y ya, tío. Porque, uff. Eso sí, no soy capaz de ver nada. No soy capaz de ver ni vídeos ni nada.
Buenas tardes, ¿es aquí donde se ven planetas? Escuadrón 42 Goal para esta tarde, lololo. Hay nervios.
Buenas, Cerro. Gracias por esos bits. Buenas, Noman. Madre mía, chavales. A ver qué nos dicen de la 318 también, si nos sueltan algo. A ver si nos dicen algo. Vamos a hacer aquí una cosilla. Voy a pillar esto aquí. A ver, un momento. Voy a hacer esto. Vale. Acaban de hacer esto. Un audio test, chavales. Vale, de momento no... Tomémoslo con calma. Si se puede tomar con calma. Yo creo que no se puede tomar con calma. Eh... Encuesta. Vamos a ver. Encuesta. ¿Qué tienes más ganas de ver en la con? Nave nueva, misiones nuevas, gestión de energía, zonas nuevas, alguna sorpresa gorda. Buenas, Cosmos. Tienes hasta el 30 de octubre, Colmo, no te preocupes, tío. Sobra el tiempo. Menos de hora y media, chavales. Ojo, cuidado. Es posible que nos enseñen una aventura, una pequeña aventura, ¿no? Nueva. Lo harán en una nave nueva, en una conocida o en la Hammerhead. ¿Creéis que veremos la Hammerhead con la gestión de energía funcionando en una misión toloca? Hostia, Ralker. Muchas gracias, tío. Ya ves. Buena, Monkey. Buena, señor Ralker. Hoy fin de tranquilo, ¿no? Claro, tío. Hoy fin de tranquilo. Mira lo que han puesto sobre inventarios de sí. A ver. Dios mío. En la 318, pulsar Shift más clic izquierdo te permitirá mover un objeto de la derecha a la izquierda o de la izquierda a la derecha. Dios mío, qué maravilla, tío. Qué maravilla. Y solo falta que cuando pulses control se equipe, tío. Bueno, es doble clic. Equipar es doble clic. Es verdad. Equipar es doble clic. Ay, Omar. Ay, Omar, chavales. No sé si has visto, pero ¿cuándo? Vamos a ver. Nothing has value in your video. Nada tiene valor, o sea, en el PO. Nada tiene valor en el PO. Dice, nada tiene valor en el PO. Dice, esto es totalmente un feedback justo. Como un adicto de los MMO, pasional, o sea, los juego todos, soy un gran fan de coleccionar raros. De hecho, mi Mi forma de progresión mi forma de progresión favorita es basada en objetos. Vale, a ver lo que dice. La máscara original, o sea, el evento original de la máscara fue diseñado por el equipo de la comunidad, no los diseñadores como debería haber sido. A ver, cuando venimos con el criterio de los 5 kills para desbloquear la máscara, el juego no tenía la funcionalidad y no fue configurado un evento de esta manera, pero como mencionado arriba, para evitar distraer al desarrollo, nosotros simplemente trabajamos con con el equipo de análisis de data para capturar la actividad de los jugadores y manualmente hacer un script para recompensar a las máscaras Bandul a cualquiera que hubiera logrado los 50 kills. Vale, de acuerdo. Vale, dice que además el sistema original de conseguir la máscara, que era un intento prematuro, y el equipo de desarrollo tiene planes más... o sea, tiene mejores planes, ¿no? Cuando tiene que ver con el loteo. Y estoy realmente entusiasmado de compartir más cuando nosotros podamos. Bueno, sí, o sea, es que es lo que hay. Yo no he pegado ojo, estoy que me caigo de la silla. Hostia, no, yo sí he ido a sobar, tío, me he obligado a dormir, tío. Me he obligado a dormir, tío, porque si no, si me dejaba llevar me hubiera pasado lo mismo, tío. No, 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 no. ¿Qué dice Riker, tío? Ah, porque por el tema de la... ¿Pero qué tienes al final? ¿Una infección en la garganta o qué? Bueno, pues eso... Oyes. Sí. ¿Te han pinchado penicilina en el culo, Riker? Buah, chaval. A mí me tuvieron que pinchar una vez y y eso se cristaliza, ¿sabes? Y luego vas con la nalga ahí toda en plan de que parece que te han metido con un palo de amasar el pan, chaval. Una hostia, ¿sabes? Madre. Eso tiene buena pinta, hacerse lo del botón, tío. Sí que tiene buena pinta, sí. Ese tostado. Venga, chavales. Madre... Madre... Madre mía, tío. Un segundito, venga ahora. Bueno, chavales, ya tengo la solución a mi ansiedad de la con momentánea. Arroz con leche de mamá, chavales. Fundamental en la vida. Dios mío, cómo me voy a poner. Una horita, chicos. Una horita. No, no tengo happy post, tío. Falta poquito, chavales. Va a estar, es una CitizenCon, tío. Se espera de todo. De hecho, lo que se hace en la CitizenCon es esperar. No miro nada, Filcher. Estoy full con, tío. No miro nada ya. Queda una hora. No puedo, tío. Está especificado en las normas del chat que por aquí no se ponen leaks. Si alguien pone un leak, queda permabaneado del canal. Aviso. Tajante en eso soy, ¿eh? Ay, madre mía. El reward de la Polaris. Puede que lo enseñen. Puede que enseñen el concepto del reward de la Polaris. Sí que lo pueden hacer, sí. Perfectamente. Podrían hacerlo perfectamente, ¿eh? El reward de la Polaris y el avance que están teniendo en la Merchantman, la bombardera, un posible concepto de carrier alternativo a la Kraken, de Crusader o de Anvil, una nave capital gordísima. Podrían llegar a soltar cosas de la Endeavor. O sea, pueden hablar de todo. Puede que podamos ver incluso un diseño avanzado de la Crucible. O sea, podemos ver un diseño avanzado de la Crucible. Podemos ver ideas de la Orión. Podemos ver el cinturón de Aaron Halo. Podemos ver... O sea, es un montón de cosas. Buenas, señor Kane. Buenas, señor Cartafen. Se viene tema gordo, Cartafen. Se viene asuntaco. Hay nervios. Hay nervios, tanquecillo. Buenas, Airo. Buenas, Yacarburo. 55 minutos, chavales. Estamos por debajo de la hora. Yo me estoy sacando todas las cosas de los bolsillos. Pantalón de chándal. Tengo que ir a por la botella de agua. Riker Monkey, si veis algún notas en el chat que la venga a liar, hachazo, tío. Hachazo gordo. Venga ahora. Sí, o sea, sin piedad. Hachazo gordo sin piedad. Sí, ok, ya le habéis dado hachazo en notas. Bien, bien. Estoy muy contento con tu actitud, Riker. Yo he pillado en The Necrópolis, me he
Que se
sacado...
viene la con, chavales.
En The Necrópolis me he sacado 2 cascotes. El de Bandul y el de... Muchas gracias, señor que empezó 5 paquetes. El de Bandul y el de... Lo diré. Ahí. Y el oscuro. Es en Microtech. Yo os aconsejo que vayáis a Microtech, hay un montón de opus. Cada año dan un casco distinto. Este año será el 2952 Day of the Vara. El año pasado era el 2951. ¿Cuánto dura la CitizenCon? Estimo que durará en torno a 5 horas. Es loteando en el juego, sí. Tenéis hasta el 30 de octubre, supongo que tendréis. Muchas gracias, señor, por esas 10 suscripciones regaladas, tío. Muchas gracias por apoyar el canal. No, por drop de Twitch no. Star Citizen todavía no tiene drops. Tienes que jugar al juego. Efectivamente, Sener, es 8 de octubre. Una Shusho. ...50 minutos, chavales. En media hora ponen el... O sea, en media hora no, en 20 minutos yo creo que arranca esto.
Hola.
Muchas gracias, Percu, por esa suma. Muchas gracias por esos 7 meses. Dios, Riker. Hostia, muchas gracias, yo que sé. Muchas gracias por esos 10 subs de regalo, tío. He procurado incluso no comer demasiado por el tema de los nervios, tío. Porque es que estoy... Uf, que tengo unas ganas loquísimas ya de que salga. Buena huevo. Agua. Tengo agua, tío. El mejor zumo posible. Agua. Vaya tela, Pilsen. Buena Padenol. El contador del stream. 139 personas, está muy bien. Está de puta madre, tío.
Buenas. Esa CitizenCon buena una saludo.
Buena recluta, muchas gracias por esa sub, tío.
Engordemos la Polaris.
Muchas gracias, Senor, por ese aporte, tío. Batido de récord, tío. Efectivamente. Ya ves. Ole. Muchas gracias, Balkan. Uf, 47 minutos, chavales. Uf. 47 minutardos, Buenas a Treyu. A huevo, Franciscaner. A huevo. Te noto nervioso. Claro que estoy nervioso. ¿Cómo no voy a estar nervioso? ¿Cómo no va a estar nervioso una persona que juega mínimo 6 horas diarias? Minimísimo 6 horas diarias y una media de 8 horas de streaming al Star Citizen durante, yo qué sé. Tengo 7000 horas de juego. ¿Cómo no voy a estar nervioso, tío? Con lo que sé. Estoy todo loco ahora mismo. Todo loco.
3/4 para la con.
Oh, ese monkey. Se está escuchando la voz, ¿verdad? El loquendo, se está escuchando, sí. Buenas, PC Child. Esos 25 mesazos, Frankie, muchas gracias, tío. Que sepáis que todo lo que se queda aquí va entero para la gráfica, o sea, hay que pillar gráfica nueva. Todito va para la gráfica. Está clarísimo. A ver qué sale el día 3 de noviembre, pero vamos, me pienso pillar lo más pepino que pueda para ofreceros el mejor contenido posible. No, mi caja entra. Mi caja entra de sobra. Está todo pensado, tío.
Herbie. Para esa gráfica. Yo tengo una 3080 Ti Vision GG.
Muchas gracias, Hippie.
Una auduta para la gráfica.
Muchas gracias, Serial. Se viene una 4090 o una 700 o una 7950. Se viene. Eso seguro, vamos. Una de las dos se viene para casa. La que mejor sea, se va a venir para casa. Ahora mismo tengo una 3080 Ti. En principio, bueno, el PC que yo tengo me lo voy a quedar. No voy a vender nada. Cuando cambie de PC me lo voy a quedar. Me lo voy a quedar como seguro. Me lo voy a quedar como seguro en caso de que... En caso de que me pete el PC, por lo que sea. Quiero tener un respaldo. Muchas gracias, Senor, tío. Pues a 5 subs, tío. Muchas gracias. Si has hecho alguna donación o algo, basta, no ha llegado nada. No tengo notificación. Nivel 5 del tren del hype, vaya tela, Ojo, Si la has hecho, igual llega el rato. A veces tiene lag, tío. A veces tiene lag, Wastar. Muchas gracias, Frankie. Si la has hecho, no te preocupes que llegará, tío. O sea, ese dinero no se va a quedar en el aire. No creo, vamos. Nivel 6 de hype, chaval. Hostia, nivel 6 del tren. Flipas. Qué bestia. Buenas, Crop. Hostia, Juancho, muchas gracias, tío. Muchas gracias, Juancho, por apoyar. Y se le de una 40-90, vaya tela. ...41 minutos, chavales. Vamos. Vamos. Silencio del teléfono. Full concentrado en la con. Full. Mi objetivo, tratar de transmitiros todo lo que pueda. Que espero que sea todo. Muchas gracias, señor Riker, tío. Ya ves, tío, pero qué locura, chaval. Qué locura, tío. Qué locura, nivel 7 del tren, madre mía, chaval. Qué locura, tío. O sea, en mi vida, vamos. En mi vida. Bueno, pon ahí nuevo récord, o sea, eso es una locura. Muchas gracias, Leonor. Muchas gracias, Evan, por esa sub, tío. Le ayuda a la peña que siempre tenemos es lo que tiene. Hombre, para mí es parte de la experiencia que yo quiero tener en Twitch.
Mi segunda CitizenCon, qué nervios.
Muchas gracias, Praxis, por esos 20 pavazos, tío. Ojo que la Polaris ya está empezando a estar calentita, ¿eh? La Polaris está empezando a estar calentita. Yo tenía intención de dejarla resuelta ya para lo que es la IAE. O sea, en un principio, bueno, para quien no sepa, el tema de las donaciones por pasta es para poder sortear una Polaris. O sea, entonces, la idea, más que de sortear una Polaris, es de sortear la Polaris, pero que valga lo más cercano posible a 750 créditos. Creo que serán 745 créditos. Porque quiero también regalarla con una base LTI, ¿no? Que será una base de mule, ¿no? Entonces la idea es esta.
Felicidades Servi, haces un trabajo increíble, cara sonriente guiñando el ojo.
Muchas gracias, Michael, tío, por el apoyo. Entonces, al final, lo más lógico, ¿vale? Es, bueno, esto ya lo hablaremos en su momento, pero lo más lógico es, en el momento de que os toque la Polaris, ¿sí? A quien le toque, que eso vaya preparando para quemarlo y para hacerse una Polaris con escalera. Porque al final es eso. O sea, la idea es sortear 750 créditos, ¿no? Ese es el objetivo. ...37 minutos. 37 minutos. Ha dicho 37 minutos. Ah, vale, dices de lo otro, del tren del hype. Hostia. Joder, Javicho, es que estaba ya mirando el contador y digo, a ver, ¿qué ha pasado aquí? ¿Qué me he perdido? Ay. Muchas gracias, yo que sé. Yo digo que en 30 minutos empiezan a emitir. O sea, en 30 minutos. Cuando llegue a 30 el contador. Yo creo que sí, que cuando llegue a 30 empiezan a emitir, ¿eh? Pero lo vamos a ver, vamos. Muchas gracias, Trello.
Díselo a tu madre, díselo a tu prima, que empieza la con herbicida.
Qué grande, Monkey. Vaya tela. Hostia, muchas gracias, Javicho, tío. Muchas gracias por el aporte, tío. Epa. Epa, epa, epa. Señores, váyanse preparando. Uf.
Otro mes más junto al gran herbicida. Vamos esa con.
Muchas gracias, Tito Jim. Tensión, colega. Vale, pues acaso, tío, no ese que... No, ¿qué va esto? Está todo perfecto. Todo, todo en orden. Está todo en orden, chavales. Lo tengo todo en orden. Todo en orden. Me voy a hacer más pequeño, tío. Se ha escuchado hablar, ¿eh? Sí, sí, se ha escuchado hablar. O sea, han hecho como sonido de micro y tal. ¿Dónde es la crew? Buen Arquigo. A ver, van a poner el contador, ¿vale? O sea, van a poner el contador, chicos. Pondrán algunos vídeos y tal, seguramente. Y pondrán el contador. Buenas, Forz. Lo van a calzar a 30, ya dije. Falta, son y 29. Ya, en el momento que ya veo el contador ya me suavizo algo, tío. Pero es que ahora mismo estoy... Vamos. Buf. Vamos. Vamos, chavales. Vamos, joder. Buf. Esta es la canción de Majestic. Creo que es Majestic of Space, parece que se llama. Vale, ahora puede que nos metan alguna cinemática, esperemos a ver, es posible, ¿eh? Hay que estar pendientes. Ese Chucker. ...25 minutillos, chicos. Vamos que nos vamos. Vamos, chavales, que se viene. Que se viene, chavales. Ojo, banda sonora nueva. Esto es nuevo, ¿eh? Banda sonora de Pyro, dice Riker. Puede ser, ¿eh? Esto es nuevo, ¿eh? No, es una versión. Pero es nueva. Locurote, Tito Jim. Locurote. Qué pasada, Pedro Macedo Camacho, tío, qué locura. Gracias por pasarte, Cadegel. Bueno, esto no sé si será de Geoff Zanelli, ¿eh? Esto igual es de Zanelli, ¿eh? Esta parte. Sé malísima. Qué tensión, chavales. Buena JP. Hostia, muchas gracias, Bastar, qué locura, tío. 30 pavetes. Dios, chavales, que vamos a pasar los 15 minutos ya. Se viene. Se viene, chavales. Buenas, Juan Vicen. Esta con simboliza un cambio de era, efectivamente, Seven. Sí lo va a ser. Es un cambio de generación en el Star Citizen. Totalmente. Totalmente, tío. Buenas, Sergio. Más de 200 personas en el streaming, chicos. Muchas gracias por apoyar al canal. Buenas, César. Buenas, Lope. Buenas, Huesillo. Venga, que va a bajar a los 10 minutos, chavales. Vaya tela. ¿Qué esperas en esta con? Que empiece en 12 minutos, Javicho. Ahora mismo es lo que espero. Que empiece en 12 minutos, tío. Nada, no puedo responder ahora, tío. Olvídate. Buenas, Harlow. Mucho hype ahora, tío. Muchísimo hype. Muchísimo, muchísimo hype. Bueno, chavales, como faltan 11 minutos, vamos a probar un ejercicio de relajación. Vamos a hacer la T de NPC y todo estará resuelto. Ay.
Vamos.
Muchas gracias, Adam. Buenas, Sigrin. Buena, Gato. Buenas, Mamatis. Muchas gracias, Joderi. Diez minutos, chicos. 10 minutos. 10 minutos, chavales. Buenas, Okaman. Madre mía. Escúchame, Faibo. Tus comentarios no me dan de comer, tío. Los anuncios sí. Respuesta fácil y sencilla, tío.
Presión de grupo.
Vaya tela. Puto Faibo, tío.
Hello, everybody. This is an audio test. How many people are watching right now? Oh no. Why are there so many people watching a countdown timer? 5:30, 5:29, 5:28, 5:27. Why?
Está
You know
preguntando.
this is just the smaller show, right? There's nothing to see here. Oh my gosh, the chat's going so fast I can't possibly read it. Hey, all you moderator type people, should we investigate in slow mode? I'm not recommending it. I'm saying have the conversation, have the thought, consider it, and then do it if you think it's right. I don't know. Who's ready for CitizenCon? If you're ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew in chat. Anybody who's ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew in chat. Oh, anybody that's spelling it wrong, you're not ready for CitizenCon. There's an E at the end of crew. If you're ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew with an E at the end of chat. That person wasn't even close. That's not how you spell John in any language. Was that a Y? Where did you get a Y?
Qué trolaco es el Discolando, tío. Cómo se está partiendo la caja el cabrón.
What was that weird soft drink called? Innabrew? Dandelion burdock? Dandelion and burdock. Iron brew. So there's iron brew and dandelion and burdock. They got weird drinks here. All right, that's it. Audio test good. Show starts in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds, everybody. Get ready, because you're not.
Prepararos porque no lo estáis. Dice Discolando. Prepararos porque no lo estáis. Ojo. Ojo con el comentario. Se viene, chavales, se viene. Madre mía. Madre mía, chavales. Diez, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are
to new players.
Están hablando de que es increíble cómo funciona la comunidad en este juego, de que están ahí a lo largo de todo el camino, que es un proyecto que no se ha hecho de ninguna otra forma en ningún otro lado, ¿no? De esta manera en ningún otro lado.
Very wholesome. When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like, their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate
drivers. Están hablando de los vídeos que crea la comunidad, de que estuvieron viendo 100 jugadores entrar en atmósfera, de los memes que se crean, del contenido que se crea, que lo consumen, que les encanta.
Can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like
like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get.
Claro, está diciendo del trato que tiene la comunidad hacia ellos, que los arropa, los animamos, diciendo del feedback que proporcionamos, de que a pesar de que tenemos esa frustración, que se nota que hay un amor por el proyecto.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting.
Claro, dice Yogi que no hacemos el juego solos, lo hacemos con la comunidad.
I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy or a lovable rogue making my way across the cosmos. It inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done since then. 10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now, I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on.
Dice, desde que he visto, pues inspirado por el cine y demás, llevo haciendo videojuegos o gustándome hacer videojuegos o gustándome este mundillo desde Wing Commander y demás, y hace 10 años os enseñé algo y ahora tengo algo nuevo que os enseñaros, así que venid conmigo.
Find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out there. And I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game.
Está diciendo de que en su momento él soñaba con buscar su suerte con sus amigos en el espacio y que eso pues lo quería ver en un videojuego que le permitiera no solo enfrentarse contra IA, sino también contra otros jugadores.
Visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out. So why don't you come join me for a sneak peek? 10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game.
Nunca se me ha acusado de tener poca ambición en lo que es el videojuego. Y el objetivo era sacar el mejor juego que hubiera en el mercado.
It's an Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes. 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development.
Está hablando del incremento de jugadores que ha habido a lo largo del tiempo y de la salida de la 3.0 y de cómo ha sido posible el viajar los planetas y demás y que desde aquel momento hasta entonces ahora mismo tienen una media de 50.000 jugadores diarios.
This has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming this show from. All of this is down to your patience and support. Building a game of the scale, detail and scope of Star Citizen as it is conceived today that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet with no loading screens.
Está hablando de los progresos de lo que es el Star Citizen, de que gracias al apoyo que damos y la confianza pues es posible viajar a los planetas de la forma que lo hacemos y además da la posibilidad de poder contratar 500 empleados nuevos en Manchester para el año que viene.
Thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system, with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore.
Está diciendo de que hoy de que el apoyo que da la comunidad que es increíble, que este juego no pudiera haber sido posible por los métodos tradicionales de publicación de videojuegos y que su socio secreto es la comunidad. Y que además este año pues han tenido en torno a 140 bares, que es increíble, 140 bares Citizen, ¿no? De gente que se junta para celebrar el Star Citizen.
10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototype by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee. Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
Take a seat. Welcome
Okay,
aboard.
well, it's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
I know, I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
Hey, you know, he knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink.
Right.
Can you do a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster?
Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster.
Bueno, están hablando de que se han montado un sitio del que nos van a comentar de aquí en adelante las novedades del futuro, desde el que va a hablar él, por lo visto. Y pues se han montado la zona de interior de una Constellation Phoenix, como podéis ver, que además dice que es su nave favorita. Y pone que el capitán es Jared Huckabee y le dice de Chris Roberts, oye, ese no era el trato y tal.
Oh, we did that as well. There we go. Cheers.
And cheers.
We didn't even plan that. Oh, right.
Wow.
All right, so.
That is strong. Ooh, that curve.
That's
vodka.
why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think?
From-
Look at
I
my
don't know where
jacket.
that's from.
Stegman Cordamon, Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Night of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No,
Twinsies.
I don't be a twinsy with you.
Twinsies?
No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
It looks good on you. Not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh wow! Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow.
Está revisando las cosas que han puesto en el estudio. Han metido pues el artefacto Hadasian, un trofeo de la CitizenCon también.
This is a great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side.
Que están diciendo de que este es un buen sitio para entrevistar a la gente desde aquí, o sea que va a ser un sitio donde hagan entrevistas sobre todo a la gente que está trabajando en el Star Citizen, ¿no? Al final el hecho de que se muevan a Manchester pues va a poner a mucha gente en contacto, porque Discolando sabéis que se ha mudado a Reino Unido.
Tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pirate System, the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So take it away, Max. I really want my chair back.
It's a very nice chair. We'll talk about it.
Se viene mandanga, chavales. Pyro.
My name's Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years.
Les van a enseñar el trabajo que han hecho los últimos 2 años.
So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still going to do like a polish pass on it, so not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what...
Nos están enseñando Pyro 1 dentro del juego y dice que es el estado actual de Pyro, que no es una versión final, que todavía tienen que hacerle pasos.
We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make...
Nos está diciendo de que el planeta desde fuera se verá con estrías y con partes brillantes, pero que las zonas brillantes de las estrías, o sea, de las marcas que hay, ¿no? Que se ve por esta zona, que todavía esa tecnología no está disponible.
Already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet, so let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun.
Está comentando de que que aquí vemos nubes volumétricas, pero no todos los planetas de Pyro tienen las nubes volumétricas. Y dice, vamos a saltar al lugar azul, ¿no?
We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1. We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too... we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here.
Está diciendo de que podéis ver este tipo de cristales también en Wala, pero que aquí querían empujarlo más y poner estas formas locas.
Over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately.
Está diciendo que estas plantas que están aquí, que lo curioso que tienen es que son antiguas, de hace 3 años, y que se supone que era para hacer una misión en una estación, pero que fue cancelada esa misión.
To use them. So this is another spot I want to highlight. It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating.
Dice que este es un escenario que han preparado en el planeta y que dice que quieren que todos los planetas de Pyro tengan algún sitio único, alguna cosa única.
Basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass.
Dice que todavía no está terminado, pero que ahora tienen la posibilidad con nuevas tecnologías de utilizar formas más locas.
My personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this biome here, which has these really cool looking rock formations. They are massive in scale. Like if I jump in-game here, you get a...
Nos está enseñando su ubicación favorita de Pyro 1 y dice que la escala de las formas estas de las rocas que son enormes. Que posiblemente pueda que las naves incluso puedan aterrizar encima.
We can imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice cover. Let's just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro.
Que además dice que puede ser una buena zona para el combate por las posibles coberturas que puede ofrecer.
So now we're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors.
Pyro 2 es mucho más colorido que Pyro 1, tiene más variedad de colores.
Spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release.
Dice que ahora mismo en Pyro 2 no hay nubes volumétricas, pero las tendrá su liberación. También nos está comentando el contraste que proporciona el azul con el rojo, el azul del océano, o sea, tiene océano.
Improvements that we made to how acids spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain.
Está comentando de la evolución a la hora de poder que aparezcan rocas, o sea, cosas en las laderas de las montañas, que ahora tienen formaciones de rocas una técnica de formaciones de rocas mucho mejor que la que tenían antes, ¿no?
But I think in comparison to what we had before, this is a big step forward. Also, what you might see is the drawing distance of acids has been greatly improved.
Otra cosa que esto nos están comentando es la distancia de visión a la que podemos ver el dibujado del planeta, en este caso, que ha mejorado bastante.
This is, yeah, like cliff formations. And I think it looks really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use the camera in editor. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2. It's simple, but I think sometimes less is more. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees, and they spawn in very dense clusters.
Una de las cosas que veremos serán estos árboles calcificados que aparecerán con grandes formaciones de ellos.
Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's dry.
Está comentando del contraste que hay, que es lo que le gusta de ver la perspectiva de ese contraste del rollo seco con el océano.
On Pyro 2, it's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology acids, different mixes of bushes and grasses, so it's not like
Este es otro de los biomas de Pyro 2 y que se ve como arenoso, pero querían mezclarle como algo de hierba, plantitas.
In the background, which are pretty dark, and it's another nice contrast of
Y luego tener los acantilados en ese tono negro, que es otro añadido para ese contraste interesante, ese contraste oscuro ahí.
This point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover acids to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures.
Desde que tienen la tecnología de terrain displacement, pueden tener muchas más texturas en lo que es el suelo, mejores texturas, más detalle en lo que es el suelo, como estamos viendo.
Things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground. So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from this distance you can see through the volumetric clouds like a lot of the yellow.
Esto es lo que nos han enseñado el año pasado y de Pyro 3, y lo que estamos viendo es el amarillo, y lo que nos hace ver amarillo es el tema del musgo que tiene.
You will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right, so like the right level of fluffiness and density, so it looks really nice when it like covers these rocks, and then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow grass, and it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense, so we pushed the amount of acids that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage. Compared to...
Han dicho que la dedicación que le han dado a hacer que el musgo y la hierba, ¿no? de esto pues ha sido bastante curro para tener el flujo adecuado y la densidad adecuada.
So all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass, Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use a OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral
Me están diciendo que por lo visto antes solo podían añadir un tipo de efecto de relleno para materiales que llenaran la costa, y que ahora pueden añadir más, y que eso era necesario por el tema de un planeta, pues por ejemplo como Microtex, que tiene diferentes biomas, y están añadiendo, pues que aquí en este caso añadieron los corales.
We played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets, but due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral.
Ya está diciendo de que ahora pueden poner diferentes tipos de coral, y pueden también modificar la densidad.
On Pyro 3, you might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting. What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our...
Dice que esta es la zona volcánica de Pyro, que no esperarías ver alguna planta en esta zona, pero nosotros decidimos poner algunas plantas.
And see the amount of detail on display here. We have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all.
Está diciendo de que cuando volvemos por encima de las zonas volcánicas veremos ese tipo de plantas formadas por nudos y flores.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit...
Está comentando que Pyro 4 es su favorito, y que bueno, que en el caso de las nubes que no están terminadas todavía.
Shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality. Not a lot of trees, so everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on.
Está comentando de que las montañas aquí no son muy altas, bueno, que está basado en el paisaje de las islas escocesas.
The amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil, and it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called, I think it's called a fire stalk, which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area.
Dice, no sé cómo se llama la planta de Firestock, pero dice que estamos viendo eso. Además estamos viendo diferentes sets de biomas, o sea, de biomas, de plantas que están conviviendo.
Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones.
También han mejorado la calidad de los árboles. Si comparas las texturas y de estos árboles con los Hurston, porque tienen mejor pinta.
Which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech.
Evidentemente tendrán que revisar el resto de planetas existentes para poder llevarlos a la tecnología.
Was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural.
La forma en la que se desvanece el rojo en lo verde. Un momento.
So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us some really interesting concept art because
Vale, lo que nos comentaba antes es la transición que han conseguido, la sabia transición de colores de plantas, de las rojas a esas más descoloradas. Y este es un bioma experimental en los que se le ha dado libertad para probar cosas, así que vamos a ver.
scale.
Dice además que va a tratar por una nave, aunque ya ha dicho que la vuela fatal, pero que así podamos ver la escala de la zona.
About getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big, to be visible almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close.
Claro, está diciendo que la idea es poder verlas desde el espacio, pero que también las puedas ver bien cuando te estés acercando.
Scale, you can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small. But I think it's a really good visual that you have these like dark gray rocks against the
Chicos, me estoy meando. Vengo ahora.
the grass.
Mierda.
So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain, and because the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds. Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress, so it's gonna change a bit. Because I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before, I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like. So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters.
Una de las cosas interesantes de Pyro 4 es que tenemos una zona masiva de cráteres enormes. Eso es un cráter.
Height maps forming one large crater.
Dice que de hecho son varios mapas de altura formando un solo cráter.
Space, like this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like the global displacement texture and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very spooky and grim and kind of dark, so we have these dark fantasy forest looking trees.
Decía que querían que esto se sintiera. Estamos en lo que es la base del volcán, dentro del volcán, mejor dicho, la superficie del volcán, y quería que se sintiera pues tenebroso, oscuro.
Of the crater, you can see that we added this dark forest looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some moist looking ground cover.
Las formas como tétricas, todo lo que es esta zona de bosque oscuro, ¿no? Le llama.
To be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons. This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater.
Están enseñándonos la luna, que es Pyro 5C, y estamos viendo que tiene una marca que se puede ver desde fuera, como Pyro 4.
Of the streak, and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map, where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller.
Está diciendo que empezaron haciendo formas bajas hasta poner los mapas de altura para conseguir las formas que querían, ¿no? Formas planas y luego ir poniendo montaña y montaña.
Mountain formations, and then down here they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here.
Está comentando, pues eso, describiendo que la montaña luego baja y hay como camas de roca hasta que se convierte en una superficie más suave.
The obsidian in the right way and everything looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Acid-wise.
Claro, debido a que es todo obsidiana, pues de alguna manera casi parece artificial, que no es como el suelo de otros planetas.
An update, a bit of polish, so we improved the shapes, different textures just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey. And it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation. To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry.
Está diciendo de que en contraste a lo que es la zona obsidiana que han puesto algunas plantas también porque siempre poner algún recurso de vegetación queda bien. El contraste es esto de bioma que vemos aquí, que es como seco, como lleno de cosas en el suelo, que no es ni brillante ni liso, ¿no? Ni pinta de resbaladizo, ¿no?
Photo point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark gray, black. The desert I just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation.
Están diciendo que bueno, que querían hacer otro bioma rocoso y para romper esas formas pues decidieron meter ese rojo entre las rocas y demás.
We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like I really like the yellows and the pale beige tones of the terrain.
Está comentando de que esto es Pyro 6, que será el último del show, y comenta que le gusta ese amarillo mezclado con ese beige pálido.
Hidden by craters, and we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters.
Lo que vemos ahí son cráteres donde el océano llena esos cráteres.
So now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here.
Está en uno de los límites de uno de los bordes de uno de los cráteres y se está spawneando ahí para que veamos qué visión tiene cuando vamos en primera persona caminando por ahí.
Eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left. This is still work in progress. So one of us, probably me, has to go in and adjust the settings of the spawning here. And then we're right at the edge. And I really like the color of the water and how it looks against the backdrop of the white.
Dice que le gusta lo que es el color del agua y cómo se relaciona con el blanco del fondo.
Our human scale ref mesh, his name is Rüdiger, and he's super helpful when we set up object presets because you can immediately see.
Nos está mostrando la referencia que ellos utilizan para comprobar la escala de las cosas y que se llama Ubidiga o algo así.
To the scene. He
tiene el nombre.
Every time that object preset spawns, and he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets.
Dice que les sirve como referencia, les ayuda para buscar la correcta escala cuando ponen cosas.
Of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them, and it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground.
Está comentándonos el mezclado de las diferentes formas del suelo, diferentes biomas y con las diferentes y además compartiendo el mismo set de rocas, de lo bien que se adapta, la calidad que tiene.
The monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking.
Me está diciendo que consigue una buena vista con ese sol y con todo el tema del fondo del cielo del skybox de Pyro, que es rojo, con todos esos colores.
The sun, and we make this dark, and I jump in game. You can see how drastically the skybox impacts the light.
Qué guapo. Está diciendo de cómo al quitar el sol, cómo impacta lo que es el cielo rojo de Pyro, el espacio rojo de Pyro en el color de la superficie lunar. Bueno, la superficie del planeta.
System, so you will see it on every single Pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere, so.
Dice que este tipo de efecto lo verás en cualquier planeta de Pyro, pero en caso de Pyro 6, pues que tiene una atmósfera muy ligera.
To have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because You sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts. How you doing, guys?
Not too bad.
You were looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it.
That's right.
During the thing. I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6 of my own, and my job hasn't changed. I can't track it. So,
I like your dig.
That's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Absolutely.
Good.
You like it? We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. We should build a spaceship. So it's like, yeah, someday.
Está comentando de lo que es la nave espacial que llevaban pensando desde 2015. Dice, ¿qué deberíamos hacer? Dice, deberíamos construir una nave espacial y tal. Y está diciendo, discolando, we did it. Lo hicimos, ¿no?
It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the event.
Está comentando un poco del viaje que hizo a Asia para poder ver a gente de la comunidad allí y que se lo pasó genial y demás, que estuvieron en Corea, que se lo pasaron bien.
Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there.
That made it more interesting.
We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So we're talking about, the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea, yeah. We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you.
Dice que la comunidad coreana le dio algo para Discolando.
Oh, the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll. But the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Which is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
Dice que es como una réplica de un pergamino anciano, pero que antiguo, pero que le pusieron como hecho con personajes de Star Citizen.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
I got the string in the right. Yeah. Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back to the
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess it up.
And then from Singapore, we got really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
I'm gonna get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Clearly.
Bad, but we got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
Very cool. So so these things. But anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there. You can pull some about if you want.
That's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a Bar Citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I think there was one at San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper, yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's 10 something.
There
was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here. So
dice que estamos en el 10º aniversario, que es lo que sea 10, porque a veces se confunde el aniversario con la venta aniversario, con el octubre.
10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right?
Dice que uno de sus recuerdos que guarda con más cariño estos 10 años es cuando estuvo en la CitizenCon de 2016, que se sentó en el suelo porque no encontraba sitio, cuando creo que se iba a empezar a soltar todo el tema y que de repente vio toda la gente levantarse y volverse loca, enloquecer, ¿no? por lo que estaba mostrando, y que la sensación de que algo que tú has creado, que la gente tenga esa reacción, que es algo que no va a olvidar jamás.
Face-to-face basis. It's really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again, and all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really the ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right.
Was that the event after that where he basically was working so late, he got locked in?
Yes. Está comentando la historia de cómo empezaron en Star Citizen, que se acuerda de estar en Frankfurt y que llegó el hijo de, creo que el hijo de Erin o algo así, me parece, con una furgoneta y que nada, pues empezaron a meter peces dentro y que eso, la furgoneta que era el proyecto de Star Citizen, o sea, lo que cabía en la furgoneta. Con unas cuantas papeleras y pa'lante. Y eso era Star Citizen.
At Cologne in 2016, that was a really hard event to manage. And sitting with him on that last day, he and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down. And it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. And he goes, oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off. And I'm like, you took PTO? He goes, I told you. I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, yeah, it's there are a lot of stories, and I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief. investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to
Nos vamos al siguiente panel, chicos. Están hablando de investigaciones y demás.
share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from
Vale, todo lo que estamos viendo puede cambiar y tal, porque es algo que está en estado temprano.
Open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, Design Brief Investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
So a mission is built out of objective types. And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense, some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original The I Wanted is one of those. The current mission type we're doing is that we have deliveries, which are essentially the way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't.
Lo más difícil en una misión es decir el tipo de misión y
assassinate a target. But even the most like simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item like even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. You know, kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay.
Vale, de todas maneras, solo estaban hablando de cómo tenían las misiones ahora, que era asesinar a alguien, recoger a alguien y tal, y ahora vamos a ver una misión que no tiene nada que ver con lo anterior, vamos a ver otro tipo de misiones.
Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, you know, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. You know, we're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective. That they feel like
Están hablando de que ahora mismo te puedes sentir como un cazarrecompensas, como un transportista, pero quieren hacer el nuevo tipo de misiones que es que tú te sientas como un detective.
Through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to...
Efectivamente, quieren hacer una misión que te requiera tener que buscar en los alrededores, investigar, para poder encontrar la respuesta correcta. Quieren tener misiones en el juego que nos hagan pensar.
Red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into like why has this derelict become a derelict. Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead?
Quieren además tener narrativa que involucra a las misiones, al entorno, para saber por qué una misión ha naufragado, por qué ha pasado esta situación.
Gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell
Quieren hacer que juntemos todas las piezas, que nosotros hagamos el puzzle y que a partir de ahí nosotros decidamos si esa es la respuesta correcta o no.
So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple.
Tienen dos direcciones que tomar. Llegaron a dos direcciones que tomar. Presentaron unas serie de opciones a Chris Roberts y a otros pilares.
For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his work itinerary on there, and they're all.
Una de las misiones es en el caso de una persona que se dedica a reparar, que puedes ir a su oficina e investigar cuál es su rutina.
And he's been electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list, and there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location.
Claro, eso sería la cuestión de que tuviese que hacer el itinerario y llegues al pavo y descubras que está electrocutado y tal, y a partir de ahí pues el evento se concluya. La otra misión sería, el otro tipo de misión sería el caso de que recojas pruebas que estén por ahí repartidas y que tú como jugador decidas cuándo tienes la información.
Found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, you know, I did it kind of thing, that would get you the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done.
Claro, dice que la primera sería muy sencillo, el de descubrir, según vas avanzando, descubrir qué está pasando, pero decidieron ir por el segundo tipo, porque quieren que que a pesar de que es el más complejo a nivel narrativo, quieren que los jugadores tengamos la capacidad de poder tomar una decisión.
And see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses.
Dice que la escalabilidad de este tipo de misiones por la narrativa que involucra, que es complicado, al principio han decidido hacer en un naufragio, en un pecio, el primer prototipo de la misión porque es el espacio más restringido en la que pueden desarrollar la misión, y a partir de ahí llevarlo a otras localizaciones, a otras ubicaciones.
Information, like other things, we're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to find the mobiglass in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things.
Una de las cosas interesantes que ha dicho es la posibilidad de encontrar un mobiglass en un inventario y poder descargarnos información de ese mobiglass.
Writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting...
Claro, luego que pueden meter diferentes cosas, puzzles que resolver, travesías que resolver, ¿no? O también pues enfrentarse a posibles enemigos. El objetivo más complicado de la misión, o sea, lo que más complicado de la misión es llevar esa guía al jugador, trasladar esa guía al jugador para que el jugador sepa qué es lo que tiene que hacer.
On the new mobiglass, which should really help with this.
Y también ha hablado de que además con el nuevo mobiglass esto es mucho más fácil de hacer.
We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still...
Claro, dice que una de las partes de ese trabajo es interactuar constantemente. Quizás cuando a la altura de que estéis viendo esto haya cambiado ya drásticamente. Pero que están muy entusiasmados y que uno de los objetivos que tienen es inyectar más historia en el juego.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied.
Lo siento, pero no puedo evitar ver cómo se están tomando el cubatilla y al final.
Like it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique. Challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying and again kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives.
Well, and ideally it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
lead pipe.
With the lead pipe or the rope, so we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So
Efectivamente, está diciendo Top Papi que es algo complicado porque además quieren que se sienta algo único a la zona interesante a la hora de desarrollar este tipo de misiones de investigación.
Where it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities of you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Persistent Universe as the sandbox, but I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Persistent Universe. So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes.
Estaba comentando el de narrativa, el director de narrativa, que estas misiones dan una oportunidad para no solo poder hacer una misión de completar puntos uno tras otro, sino de que llegara a un punto en que puedas tener que decidir si realmente tienes tenido toda la información e incluso llegar a equivocarte porque puede haber una evidencia que sea clave para que la cosa pinte para otro lado cuando estás haciendo la misión.
getting 3.0 out the door. Like that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months, of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the cast that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was.
Está comentando de que una de las cosas, uno de los momentos que más le impactó de Star Citizen, porque están preguntándoselos a todos por ser el 10º aniversario, es el hecho del casting cuando estaban, pues, cuando presentaron la historia, ¿no? De lo que es Star Citizen y demás, y de estar hablando con la gente y ver la pasión que ponían el casting en el guión, ¿no? En los guiones que estaban desarrollando la narrativa.
Thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
Bueno, en este panel nos van a enseñar las nuevas instalaciones bajo tierra. Habíamos visto algún indicativo de que había cuevas mezcladas con búnkeres y demás. Vamos a ver qué presentan.
We made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large to...
Me está comentando de que las instalaciones que tenemos ahora era algo que se necesitaba hacer para poder mostrar algo en la CitizenCon anterior, pero sabíamos que queríamos hacer algo más gordo, ¿no?
So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now, for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like.
Lo que estamos viendo aquí es un concepto de lo que podría presentarse de una zona media, de un tamaño medio de una instalación bajo tierra.
Towards this could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down, it's very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars quite close to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location, they're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing
Lo que estamos viendo aquí es una justificación visual de qué es lo que está pasando, que tener los hangares pegados a lo que es la instalación para la sensación esa de estar en las cercanías.
Presence on a landscape, so we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below.
Otras cosas que querían mover es las entradas que podía tener y bueno, pues tenemos entradas laterales, una parte en el techo también, y esto sería la parte de la interior.
Interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location.
Otra cosa que querían es trabajar este tipo de instalaciones dependiendo de la manufactura, de la corporación que lo llevara.
Facility. And what we're seeing here is, you know, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like.
Ejemplo de una recepción de bearing sería.
Now moving into zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought...
Lo que estamos viendo ahora es el interior de lo que sería una superficie, o sea, una instalación de este tipo, y aquí tenemos la red de elevadores.
Idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea, it didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what
Están hablando de que aquí lo que tenemos es una instalación utilitaria y que en el futuro tendremos otro tipo de estilos para este tipo de lugares.
Will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. But maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below.
Esto sería lo que es la parte baja de la instalación y además quieren también añadir lugares por los cuales los jugadores se puedan colar, teniendo un estilo de gameplay más sigiloso.
Part of that process of how we design is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, you know, big trucks could kind of go, We've also
Están comentando de que esta zona, que nunca habían trabajado algo así antes en zonas de este estilo tan grandes, es que quieren hacer una zona totalmente industrial, que los pasillos no están pensados para caminar, que está dedicado a la logística, para poder cambiarlo, o sea, poder andar o sea, lo normal es que vayamos a ver camiones y demás, que quiere que tengamos diversión a la hora de poder explorar también estos lugares con vehículos. Que tienen una pasarela alternativa también en algunos lugares para poder caminar.
in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see.
Otra de las cosas que quieren explorar es la verticalidad, no solo hacerlo todo horizontal. Entonces es posible que nos encontremos dentro de uno de estos túneles un montacargas que descienda.
Could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do.
Está hablando de las potenciales cosas que se pueden hacer, desde mover carga hasta robar carga.
Modern day aircraft carriers, about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways.
Está comentando de que se han inspirado en los portaaviones, también para hacer esta zona de elevador que vimos antes, para poder, a medida que se mueve el elevador, ver posibles travesías alternativas.
Now what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, you know, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this, maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is...
Están comentando que a la hora de tú ver este tipo de diseño de túnel, vemos una zona principal que tiene también su zona de logísticas y tal, pero que luego tiene corredores a los pasillos, a los laterales, y esos pasillos pues para poder fomentar el FPS, y también pues debajo de lo que es esa plataforma, pues también otra plataforma distinta para poder fomentar también la jugabilidad en sigilosa.
Underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it, maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay.
Claro, a la hora de diseñar los diferentes niveles, el nivel que está oculto, por así decirlo, debajo, pues será como lleno de vapores, más oscuro, la parte de superficie mucho más limpio para ver ese contraste y también esas oportunidades de gameplay. Incluso hablaba de esos cilindros grandes que había ahí, que fuera el hidráulico de los elevadores.
It also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. You know, also inside here, you know, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices.
A la hora de ir avanzando, de alguna manera romper lo que son las formas para que pues pasar de un pasillo a una estancia más grande, para poder dar la sensación de progreso, de avance. También en estos puntos, en estos checkpoints, la posibilidad de poder haber pues una zona de escaneo para ver la carga que se está moviendo, o zona de viviendas, o zona de oficinas.
On the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif.
Están diciendo que de esta manera, con 2 plantas, pues es como van a seguir manteniendo esa idea de verticalidad y cómo se veía la diferencia entre lo que era el superior y el inferior.
That will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now as the player is traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific.
Está comentando de que esto pues sería un ejemplo de cuando entramos después de esos pasillos con estilo cilíndrico, que quieren conseguir ese motivo, pues llegar a hay habitaciones temáticas. En este caso, pues podría ser una habitación de procesado. No han querido ser demasiado específicos para dejar libertad en el futuro.
You know, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things...
A la hora de poner esa sala de control que se ve imponente, que está justo en el medio, y que desde ahí se puede ver todo, o se supone que se puede ver todo, pues también crea esa oportunidad para gameplay.
Another theme room.
De cómo poder descubrir el subir a esa zona y demás.
So, bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas, areas dedicated towards the control of the location.
Está comentando de que estas zonas no solo van a ser zonas industriales, también puede haber zonas técnicas, como vemos aquí en este caso.
And also on here you've got the overseeing executive suite, so it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing...
Está además diciendo de que ahí se podía ver el ala ejecutiva, que sería otra manera también de ver cómo el jugador llega a esa zona. Nos comentaban antes con la sala de procesado cómo sería toda la historia de poder pues ver el transporte de materiales a esa zona de procesado, material en bruto.
Here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water.
Están hablando aquí en esta zona de que sería una zona de procesado de datos y ver cómo estos servidores están sumergidos en agua para poder enfriarlos.
You can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design about interesting opportunities.
La posibilidad de que mediante el gameplay pues salieran para arriba, ¿no? Como se está viendo ahí y demás. Poder generar más oportunidades de juego nuevamente.
Didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility, so this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period, so we came up with ideas about...
La idea de que hubiera también zonas abandonadas o cuevas abandonadas para poder tener también de alguna manera una red de cuevas y la cuestión de cómo poder hacer para crear una transición de estas zonas de instalación bajo tierra a una zona de cueva más primitiva, ¿no? Más sin nada, vamos.
In heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, you know, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava.
A la hora también de, no tiene por qué ser algo industrial o un motivo, como vimos en anteriormente con una máquina ahí abandonada, ¿no? Sino también el hecho de poder utilizarlo de forma más natural, mezclando pues diferentes minerales o vegetación, como estamos viendo aquí, para hacer una transición más natural de lo que es la zona trabajada, la zona habitada, a la zona abandonada.
I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process.
Lo que vemos aquí es una zona de, o sea, un boceto para poder explorar y poder hablar con el resto de pilares, para poder ver qué oportunidades de jugabilidad pueden meter en este tipo de escenarios. Una pasada, chavales, una pasada.
Forward to showing you more in the future.
Impresionante. Impresionante que lo tengan ya en este estado, locura. Es una pasada, ¿eh? Esto es una pasada, chavales. Es una pasada. Mirar la realidad aumentada y todo, tío, qué guapo, tío. Acordaros de que esto además es una instalación de tamaño medio. O sea, las pequeñas o... Ojo, O sea, hay que ver todo. O sea, ya avanzarán.
All right. That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game, so it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander, and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities.
Está comentando de que uno de esos momentos que recuerda de estos 10 años es, bueno, cuando hace 9 años pues entró y tal y empezaron a hacerle al No Commander, que fue algo, fue un reto, y ver dónde serían capaces de empujar el motor en aquel entonces, sí que lo guarda con buen recuerdo.
But whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, all these elements go into all the design elements,
Está comentando Top Papi el tema de las posibilidades que va a tener de sabotaje, llevar cajas y tal. Yo lo que veo es una de las posibilidades que a mí me llama la atención, el hecho de que sabéis que se va a aumentar la cantidad de jugadores que va a haber en el verso, evidentemente, en una sesión, en un fragmento. Imaginaros las posibilidades, lo que se puede formar en una de esas instalaciones no tiene nombre, Lo que se puede formar en un búnker de esos es una sobrada. O sea, se puede formar unas hostias.
Do both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. I'm not saying, because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. I'm this one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody...
Está comentando lo que vamos a recibir todos los backers, el Digital Goodies Pack, lanzagranadas.
Eye tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair. Good.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler.
Uf, se viene el tema del combate, chavales. El tema de las velocidades de combate. Momentito.
And most complex problem and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe. We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives.
O sea, la idea que tienen es de implementar pues roles de las naves, que haya variedad incluso al desarrollar las carreras en Star Citizen.
Giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually not.
Están comentando cómo funciona el tema de lo que es el poder equilibrar las naves, ¿no? Que de alguna manera pues tienen que buscar, no puede haber una nave que sea dominante, tiene que haber diferentes opciones a la hora de volar, y que se centraron en el combate porque cubre mucho, o sea, porque es un aspecto del juego que es muy amplio a la hora de que toca muchas naves, ¿no?
Versus one, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles, Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are, well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters.
Están viviendo los grupos que tenemos, la idea que tienen, es decir, a la hora de una nave como un Arrow, los cazas ligeros especializados en dogfight, cazas medios que tienen bastante variedad, son bastante personalizables a la hora del tipo de armas que le queremos poner, pero que no destacan en nada. Por eso le llaman internamente multirule. Luego estarían los cazas pesados que destacarían en combates en los que hay bastantes naves.
It's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
Claro, dice que les interesa tener naves, o sea, lo interesante es tener naves específicas que hagan cosas específicas porque eso da variedad, da diversión al verso.
We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and the target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuver.
Lo que quieren es acabar con los ajusticiamientos, ese tipo de batallas de ir y volver y demás, y que además la maniobra es muy limitada a la hora de ir a esas velocidades. Quieren ir por otro lado totalmente contrario, ¿no? De premiar mucho más la maniobra, de formar mucho más la maniobra a la hora de combatir.
Keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to traverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today. So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high-speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's cost and...
Para solucionar el tema del combate parece que han encontrado soluciones porque no podían quitar la velocidad, entonces han metido los Master Modes. Hay un Master Mode que se llama...
mining, or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be...
Claro, en el safe control mode, de esta manera puedes minar, puedes tener escudos, puedes tener las armas, y de esta manera aquí está limitada la velocidad en el SCM mode.
The hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using a boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource.
Claro, dice que ahora mismo pues tendremos la velocidad, creo que lo que se refiere es, tenemos la velocidad segura de combate, entonces para nosotros poder salir de las velocidades seguras de combate, podremos salir utilizando Afterburner. Entonces solo podremos salir durante un periodo determinado de tiempo.
And you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200.
El segundo modo es el modo quantum. En el modo quantum sí puedes llegar a la velocidad máxima que da tu nave. Podrás hacer quantum. Si no tienes este modo, no podrás hacer viaje cuántico.
Large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like
Han habilitado un boost de Quantum. El Quantum Boost permitirá llegar a un objetivo más rápido. De esta manera tienes como un boost que puedes utilizar Quantum a cualquier punto de cualquier dirección por un tiempo limitado.
So, Quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do Quantum Boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working.
Cuando vayas al modo cuántico lo están especificando. No tendremos escudos porque la cubierta, la superficie, la capa que nos cubre para proteger, para poder hacer este tipo de velocidades, interfiere con los otros sistemas. Entonces no tenemos ni armas ni escudos.
A little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you...
En el momento que tú cambies tendrás un tiempo al cambiar de modos en el que estarás con el culo al aire. O sea, habrá un tiempo que no tengas ni escudo, ni velocidad máxima, ni quantum, ni armas.
...and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into Stern Control Mode and...
Claro, ahora las posibilidades se abren, dice David Colson, el hecho de naves que se dediquen a impedir, o sea, interrumpir la cobertura que te permite hacer Quantum del modo Quantum, o naves que te impidan cambiar de Quantum, que los interceptores tengan la habilidad de poder tener más velocidad realmente que otras naves, o estar más tiempo en esa velocidad extrema en el modo seguro combate, o cambiar de modos más rápido.
And the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust upward...
Debido a este modo de combate, efectivamente, los combates eran más cercanos y la manera en la que tú te desenvuelvas con la nave será mucho más determinante para el combate.
You can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important and working as a group to attack capital.
Cuando ataques una nave capital, que te vayas preparando, nos dice David Colson.
The exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now,
Con este cambio definitivamente vamos a ver un combate espectacular y que realmente sí las naves cumplen su rol. Y con este cambio también se acabó el dominio de las naves rápidas. O sea, ahora mismo una nave como una Hammerhead no va a poder ser asediada por cazas pequeños. Que eso era una pena. Y eso... O sea, si llevas una Connie multitripulada, cuidadito con que se te acerque alguno porque la tiene firmada la muerte.
Roles in the way that we've always wanted and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. You know, and we've tried many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But you know, the reality is from us, it came down to what it always does in Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option.
Está diciendo de que Star Citizen es acerca de darle a los jugadores la opción. Yo creo que están haciendo un trabajo espectacular. Ahora mismo están comentando lo que estamos viendo en vídeo, o sea, no están diciendo nada, ¿no? Aprovecho para comentar yo que el hecho de que realmente las naves de combate monotripuladas realmente se van a utilizar para lo que yo creo que son, que es para ir en escuadra si tienes que ir contra naves grandes.
But we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently played.
Claro, dice que tardará un poco en llegar al PU este nuevo sistema de los modos maestros, pero que ahora ya saben lo que quieren hacer y que es una cuestión de tiempo, ¿no?
Thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
Grandes, chavales. Espectacular. Espectacular lo que va a hacer esta gente.
All right, so I've got, out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nyx love my Lando fever.
Of course.
What you got, Brian?
Wow. Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is, my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really? Show the camera.
There you go.
Wow. Right. That's Vandal Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John, I dropped the cards. This is gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're onto fish names now. Yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while. Yeah. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar, star map, quantum.
Claro, está diciendo de por qué se meten en el escuadrón, o sea, por qué están en el escuadrón pero que no se meten en el PU. Pues bueno, pues hay dos razones grandes. Es el número de naves que hay en el escuadrón es mucho más pequeño, y luego en el PU pues también estamos hablando de que interfiere con otros sistemas, o sea, interfaz, demás. No es solamente vuelo, no hay muchas más cosas.
We have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything. Day one for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. That, as with game development, then constant is change. There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera. To my camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching.
Dice que no hay claro que esto se vaya a mantener así, que puede haber cambios.
Ships in Squadron, we'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing, Lorville. Beat me.
Nos vamos a Lorville, chavales. Parece que se va a cocer el Lorville, chicos.
Since it was first put in, we've built
mucho que comentar del combate. Hay mucho que comentar de la con,
We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp, but Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen, and with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt, and I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready, they're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it, I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland, check it out.
Hello, my name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we'd ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet and we had the player fly.
Está comentando que con Lorville fue la primera vez que pusieron una zona de aterrizaje en el planeta y tenían mucha mandanga que sacar ahí.
When we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Orison, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist.
Está diciendo que lo aprendido en otras ciudades pues querían replantear la ciudad de Lorville con esos conocimientos adquiridos, claro.
For Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about Lorville 2.0.
Lorville 2.0 lo llama.
When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did
Esto es un artista que trabaja para Turbulent haciendo el concepto.
Of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create...
Lo que estáis viendo aquí, acordaros de que no es la ciudad entera de Lorville. Ahora sí, están haciendo lo que son los barrios, ¿no? de Lorville.
Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to...
El tema está en que tuvieron que hacer esto por la necesidad de poder tener espacios para poder desarrollar jugabilidad.
In that city, they build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well, to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So,
claro, este tipo de diseño que está poniendo aquí no es el resultado final para nada, es simplemente un concepto. Y dice que tuvo que ir al 3D para ver si la vista de la ciudad, el perfil de la ciudad encajaba en lo que se quería tener.
Use my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it. 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end...
Dice que utilizó de todo, utilizó pintar, hacerlo en 3D, un montón de técnicas para poder acercarse a lo que querían tener, ¿no?
Involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lorville 2.0, and we're ready to moving on that.
Claro, para vender ese concepto, pues hacer todos esos diseños y decir, ok, pues para que fuera creíble, ¿no? Lo que estaba haciendo el trabajo, y a partir de ahí pues decir, ok, estamos listos para un Lorville 2.0.
So we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail. From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we are keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this and just extending the city. We've done several tests with the transit system, the rails.
Están comentando, me ha hecho gracia, bueno, creo que van a consolar lo que es el área donde está Reclamation and Disposal, pero ha dicho área 18, porque sí. Pero bueno, vamos, y luego también el tema de que también lo que es el CBD, el Business District, que eso lo van a conservar, por lo visto, y luego van a extender a partir de ahí. Que van a expandir lo que es la ciudad a partir de ahí, ver hasta lo que eran capaces para estar a la altura de...
Of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building.
Esperamos que sea divertido de volar, incluso poder hacer algunas carreras que tiene puentes.
Interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community of players. They're doing like emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city, we are starting now.
Claro, dice que al ver a la comunidad echando carreras y demás, que ha sido una inspiración también para poder hacer la ciudad, ¿no?
We're chatting with them, see what we could use from the library of tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior spaces that will be built later.
Está comentando de que podremos ver zonas de aterrizaje en los edificios y demás, que eventualmente pues esto pues conectará con espacios interiores dentro de los edificios en el futuro para poder hacer actividades.
Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate because it's going to make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Louisville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
La verdad que me hace mucha ilu el tema de la ciudad.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can
Ya
adjust.
está preguntando y oye, las zonas no volables se han ido por ahí a pastar y tal, y dice, sí, esto es lo que va a ser. No.
But as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know, we want to
keep the player experience in, you know, the maximum level. So it's there. But for Lowville, as you've seen, you know, we want that experience to be as low as possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like, one day we'll get back to Lowville. So I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
Claro, está comentando el tema de las zonas no volables y tal, de pues la misma experiencia que tenemos en lo que es New Babbage, pues que lo queríamos traer de alguna manera. Las zonas no volables están por una razón, pero con el tiempo hemos ido evolucionando en el desarrollo y tenían ganas de volver a Lorville y decía, no, un día volveremos a Lorville y pues ese día ha llegado.
Right, so basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art, you know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes, but grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of, but when you're using kits and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was
Está diciendo que todavía le queda mandanga que resolver, ¿no? Que al final esto lo que vimos es una especie de whitebox todavía, que todavía no está ni mucho menos terminado, ¿no?
Seeing in the chat here, our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.
Claro, dice que algunas cosas que están enseñando aquí estarán en 4.0, otras estarán en subsecuentes liberaciones, 4.1, 4.2.
Show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2.
Claro, todo lo que estáis viendo ahora es algo que está en desarrollo para lo que es el año que viene, que es lo que están trabajando para el año que viene, ¿no?
Going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley's plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The JRDF contests are partners at JR Design and Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here, the wonderful.
Está comentando un poco los concursos que vamos a tener.
There, like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there. Look at my Starkit and Dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell like?
I thought about tasting it.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to make the audio guy. I was holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management.
Vamos ahí con la administración de recursos de las naves, chavales.
Okay. When I backed the project, back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the...
Claro, está comentando y Jolando que una de las cosas de las que empezó a apoyar el proyecto es el tema de poder apagar un incendio a bordo, de estar correteando por la nave resolviendo problemas, que es una de las cosas que más ansiaba el proyecto.
Spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering, when's going to be the day? Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffen and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward, and take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
A ver.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future.
Vamos a hablar de algo que es tochísimo y que va a cambiar la forma, creemos en que va a cambiar la forma en la que los jugadores viven el verso, ¿no?
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like that.
Dice, administración de recursos, resource management, es lo que nos permite que algo pues produzca, almacene o gaste algo, ¿no? O gaste energía, creo que ha dicho. Vamos, que es la simulación de lo que serían los cables, baterías, tuberías de la vida real de una forma digital.
Not just a system that helps ships function, it is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space.
Claro, están hablando de que no es solo para las naves, esto es para todo, para cómo funciona pues una estación, una zona de aterrizaje, una instalación, un búnker.
Than what we have right now, and from that we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel.
Está diciendo de que el tiempo de matar se incrementará de forma dramática, o sea, de forma drástica en el Star Citizen. Hasta el punto de la opción de que prefieras deshabilitar una nave que destruirla. Las posibilidades de una misión como la ha sido de Horizon dará la posibilidad de poder redirigir suministros, cortar energía.
In space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs, and this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually.
El resource management permitirá a los jugadores finalmente poder construir sus propias bases.
Gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things.
Tendrías, mientras tu ingeniero está controlando los sistemas de a bordo, tendrás un mecánico que está corriendo a poder reparar los daños que haya habido.
Job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other.
Claro, mientras los artilleros están abatiendo enemigos que se puedan acercar, mientras el piloto trata de evitar esos problemas durante esta situación.
Multi-crew gameplay.
Es lo que se espera de un juego multitripulado y no sé qué ha pasado.
For all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use the ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is. Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance.
Se puede dividir la administración de energía en Power Energy Resources.
Power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save.
Podrías tratar de overclockear objetos para tratar de sacarle más potencia con el riesgo de más provecho, pero con el riesgo del desgaste, o hacerlo al revés también.
Heat generated in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is...
Claro, cambiar las prioridades de ciertos objetos, del ciclo flujo, por ejemplo, de refrigeración o demás.
...in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it...
Parece ser que el soporte de vida, el soporte vital, que es lo que va a mantener estancias respirables en la bordo de la nave, tendrás consumibles que tengan que estar en buen estado para que funcione correctamente.
We'll be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items or sometimes dodgy items, depends on...
Bueno, ya teníamos a Manolo con la planta de potencia, ¿no? Que el jugador va a ser capaz de mover, reparar. Eso es la carga, la mesa de reparación de la carga. ¿Seremos capaces de instalar los objetos? Están comentando.
Bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other. And what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control.
Está comentando que en el tema de los relays, que es donde vamos a estar, esa es la función del ingeniero, es donde se conectan todos los componentes de la nave entre sí. Y queremos que seas tú capaz de decidir cuál es la mejor opción para ese momento en la nave en la que estés.
Those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is the concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up. And we would like to give you some more control over that. So, because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of...
Claro, está diciendo de que además pues el tema de la gravedad, que lo habéis visto en el vídeo, del tema de modificar las armas que tiene un artillero disponible, al final dice que básicamente pues toca todos los aspectos de la jugabilidad en el Star Citizen en una nave.
Systems. Power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship. And we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resources.
Está comentando de que dice ahí, el jugador descubre que ha habido un fusible que está cortando la energía, no permite la energía y está yendo a removerlo, a repararlo y demás. Se da cuenta por la red, ¿no? Que bueno, supongo que luego harán algo más presentable que este panel que vemos aquí, evidentemente, una interfaz algo más presentable.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
Claro, está viendo como a la hora de abrir y ventilar la sala, están probando cómo funciona el sistema de habitaciones, ¿no? Se abre la puerta, la sala se ventila. Ahí también se desconecta simplemente pues un tablero por el tablero, el panel, ¿no? Desconectas la soporte vital.
Fire expulsion.
En el caso del fuego que decían que, bueno, pues necesita oxígeno para poder arder. Se ha vuelto a cortar. Yo tengo miedo. No me jodas. F, o sea, le pasa a todo el mundo. Uf. F gorda, tío. ¡Hostia, Manolo! Hostia, tío. No podría ser una con sin un 30k. Sin un 30k no podría ser una con, chavales. Estaba claro. Ah, el personaje. Claro, el personaje también se queda sin oxígeno cuando estás dentro ardiendo. Cuando hay muchos jugadores también se
Venting
consume en
and filling
exceso.
rooms with atmosphere.
O sea, cómo afecta a las diferentes estancias, ¿no?
And making players suffocate again.
Opa. Tiene buena pinta. La 4-0 va a ser una salvajada, chavales. Además la Hammerhead va a ser bastante, o sea, curioso, ¿no? Porque realmente no puedes exceder la cantidad de gente que llevas por
In the
soporte
last
vital.
year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
Dice que no quieren meterle, o sea, quieren sacarlo bien, no quieren sacarlo a las prisas.
Management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing.
Esto es lo que quieren sacar de primeras, ¿no? Esto es lo que quieren sacar de primeras en la primera iteración, porque quieren ir haciendo las cosas bien.
Source network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches. We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system. And this has been an interesting journey, and finally we're starting to see the fruits of our labor.
Claro, están diciendo que empezaron esto hace 2 años y que ahora después de modificar la versión inicial, pues que realmente están empezando a ver los frutos de su trabajo y que
of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Claro, es increíble cómo esto va a impactar, ¿no? la jugabilidad de los jugadores sin depender a qué rol se dediquen.
Groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay.
Claro, dicen que nunca han sido capaces de tomar este paso en el juego y que ahora tienen las herramientas necesarias para realmente hacer cambios significativos de verdad en el juego, lo que se refiere a juego de multitripulado.
Proud of what we are working on right now.
Y que esté
Thank
realmente
you for letting
orgulloso,
us
¿no?
share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress and have a nice CitizenCon.
Espectáculo, chavales.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really cool. They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was that was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system, and joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but
yeah.
But I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very this to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Está comentando de que esto está muy entusiasmado porque no es algo que solo van a poner en naves, sino también van a poder tener en otras localizaciones, ¿no? En general.
So the AI will react, the player reacts, like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games.
Que además dice que de esta manera pues la inteligencia artificial reaccionará, los jugadores reaccionarán a este tipo de cosas. Es un tipo de interactuación que normalmente no ves en videojuegos.
Landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So, what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now, Hammerhead, Hull, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it.
Ya, está preguntando Discord de cómo será la primera iteración. Dice, bueno, pues es básicamente lo que habéis visto en el vídeo, que no simplemente estás limitado pues hasta a ser artillero o ser piloto, que tendrás muchas más cosas que hacer en una nave.
Yeah, I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy sitting here, it's like, don't hype, manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just, this is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally.
Yeah. Claro, dices cuando yo normalmente sabes que digo que no hago hype, que no tal, pero esta es la parte que estaba esperando desde hace mucho. Y dice, os recomiendo que no os hypeéis, ¿no? Pero que realmente que...
We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship.
La última presentación, chavales. Ship Talk, vehículos. Ojito, preparad las carteras, señores.
Thing, something in the middle. That's going to start John Crew.
No me jodas, tío. No me jodas.
Ben Curtis and Paul Jones, and I'll let them take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favourite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series.
Bueno, nos van a enseñar una nave que va a salir ya, una nueva y cosas que están trabajando.
Ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person
Crusader Spirit
crew level and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are
competencia son la Cutlass y la Freelancer.
Ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport.
Vale, tenemos una versión que es carguero, otra versión que es bombardero y otra versión que es ejecutiva.
The front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area.
Rollo de lujo.
The rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board.
Puede llevar una variedad de vehículos de tierra abajo, tiene 48 de carga.
Things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs, and they are arranged in two vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle.
Tiene menos potencia de fuego que la 2, tiene bombas de tamaño 5 y se ponen en forma vertical para tirar las bombas.
Drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more.
Claro, dice que además es un rol diferente con respecto a la 2, es una nave mucho más rápida, son unos cabrones, voy a pasar por caja. Aparte de que dicen que esta es una nave más rápida y ágil que la Freelance y la Caldas.
Compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously, the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
Esto, la nave de la E1 es una versión que dará una probadita de lo que será la Genesis Starliner en el futuro, pero a una escala más pequeña.
We really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience.
Esta chavales, es la nave de transporte de pasajeros de inicio en un principio.
You've got lockers, space, space to put any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you go into 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're going to have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in their module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future.
Qué buena pinta, chavales.
From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline, let's talk about the Drake Corsair next.
Vamos a hablar de la Corsair. Qué buena pinta, ¿eh? Hay que ver eso.
The Drake Corsair is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower.
Esto sería competencia de la serie 600. Además, lo que tenéis en esta parte sería pues llena ese hueco que tenía la línea en cuanto a exploración y juego multitripulación, con una abrumadora cantidad de poder ofensivo.
It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense, no frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair and get back.
Claro, la nave te da la sensación de que en el caso de que tengas algo que reparar lo vas a poder hacer, y además
We'll immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the Spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how.
Además dice que es una nave que estará preparado para empresas de larga duración, ¿no? Aventuras de larga duración.
Turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms inside it, so I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style. Being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment,
En el caso de Drake no hay florituras, lo que hay es utilidad y además las salas, la idea es que sirvan precisamente para poder acceder a los hangares de forma más sencilla.
we've still got lighting to do, we've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy, but it's in a good place, so I'm really excited to be able to show you.
So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again we'll go front to back.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit in that the pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then in kind of classic kind of Drake stylings, the co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor. That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section, you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that are stuck out either side of you, so it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities. As you move back through the ship, there's I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access.
Está hablando de la zona de las torretas que tenemos ahí, está hablando de la zona del capitán que no difiere mucho del resto.
Phase, they now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective. Especially.
Claro, dice que el concepto de las torretas ha cambiado un poco, tiene muchísimo más ángulo.
Having extra two turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation,
dice que tiene 45 de ángulo para poder apuntar.
That being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed, you've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area, though, is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship, in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive. And then right in the heart of the habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move.
Acá dice que pues eso pues no es solo para comidas, ¿no? La mesa esa que también es para planear operaciones y demás. Tenemos un baño solo.
Half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space.
Está diciendo de que si la zona de habitabilidad, o sea, esa mesa es el corazón de la tripulación, esto sería el corazón de la nave, la zona de ingeniería. Tiene esta forma de hexagonal. Tienes ahí casilleros también para las armas.
Into EVA or docking or coming back out of before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the roof of the ship. So if you do want to go on a quick spacewalk, or you need to go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got kind of.
El elevador también te lleva a la parte superior de la nave en caso de que necesites reparar algo por fuera.
Main cargo hold, which has space for an Ursa rover or similar sized vehicles and down, along with a significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it.
Si eres un fan de Drake, te gustará ver, es todo expuesto, toda la mecánica expuesta de cómo funciona la nave realmente.
A Drake experience their slice of the pie, and you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Greycat STV.
Es un vehículo que viene ahora, al final del día.
Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, and something that we really want to help support from within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Grey Cat sports terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped, sport styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognise a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
Si al final es como que quieren rehacer el PTV, el que tenemos ahora, como lo habéis visto con esa arma puesta. Aparte en el futuro van a hacer la otra versión de esa pickup, esa mini pickup que vimos.
Into the sort of visuals of the vehicle, so the floor.
Esta sería una versión deportiva, una evolución de los diseños aprendidos por Grey Cat del PTV.
As you see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature, large sort of rubber mud guards. Just there's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back. So if you are out there doing missions, rather than having to fly your ships directly.
Qué guapo, está diciendo que también tiene un espacio de carga en la parte de atrás, por si quieres con un colega hacer misiones y explorar.
We've got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
Claro, comparado al Cyclone, esto es una buena opción para carreras.
Play, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast. And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the Pick a Ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen...
Después de que acabe esto, vamos a poder escoger un vehículo, aparte de poder ver el vehículo que nos estaban enseñando. Vamos a ver cuál es el vehículo que van a hacer. Vamos a ver.
Among you have probably realized that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary.
Quieren hacer una nave que esté de a caballo entre la Mole y la Orión, y en este caso lo que vamos a escoger es el fabricante. En vez de la nave, el fabricante.
So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS. which allows you the flexibility of
Quieren que hacer una nave que esté de cabo entre las dos y además que se pueda llevar el Rock o el Rock DS.
three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family.
RSI sería la primera.
We have Argo, again.
Argo.
We have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
All right, and so the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the robertsspaceindustry.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 318 Ivacati, which sadly did not come out before 317.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We wanted to...
Está hablando de las velocidades, de por qué cambiaron. Y dice, ¿cambiaste solo las velocidades para poder hacer el último vehículo más rápido? Y dice, bueno, que no tenía sentido a 120 millas por hora en off-road, ¿no? Fuera en plan campo a través, porque era una locura.
318. So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 317.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
Here's a little taste what it could be.
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development. So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine. Yeah, that sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon Shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got...
Está hablando de que bueno, de que planteaban hacer una competidora de la Caldas. Y salió el caso de la Spirit, y aparte pues que sí, que porque está preguntándole Discolando que bueno, su nave favorita es la Genesis Starliner, que es el transporte de pasajeros, y que dice que con esto pues consiguen tener un primer vistazo, que no tenían esa experiencia todavía mostrándose, ¿no? de cómo iba a sentirse el transporte de pasajeros.
At the end of this broadcast, that's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat, in the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah, it's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we're like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider Miner from back in the day. they're two very different things.
Right.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the
Está comentando a la hora de hacer el PTV, o sea, el SCV creo que es. Empezaron a... Pues dice que parece muy deportivo esta versión de vehículo y tal, y que decía que, bueno, como estamos trabajando en esto, vamos a hacer una familia, porque hasta entonces solo tenían lo que es la araña esa minera que se ve en alguna imagen y demás, y lo que era el PTV, y que estaba muy distante de una de otra, que querían expandir esa línea de la empresa.
We've got one small thing left and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first.
Tienen una pequeña cosa primero y luego una bastada después.
Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready, we're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
Les van a enseñar las estaciones fuera de la ley. Bueno, el estilo de fuera de la ley, no las estaciones, el estilo de fuera de la ley.
raw lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway.
Chris Roberts.
Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
No.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today.
I know.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is. It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice. Very
really
comfortable.
I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been our heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about...
Hay una gran cantidad de trabajo que estamos haciendo en el Escuadrón 42 que va a tener su efecto en el PU. No nos van a hablar de... Sí van a hablar de Escuadrón 42, pero no nos van a hablar de Escuadrón.
Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU. And we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest.
Vamos, que dice que vamos a charlar un poquito sobre un vistacito a lo que puede ser el Escuadrón, algunas cosas, pero no desvelando lo que es Escuadrón, porque quieren que sea una experiencia que realmente pues quieren que nos sorprenda, ¿no? Que sea alguna novedad, todo. O sea, guardar Escuadrón 42 bajo llave.
Be in the Pacific universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0. Features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of, your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still, work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature, but there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now.
Está hablando sobre el tema del Escuadrón 42 y las decisiones que se tomaron en su momento para cambiar la forma de trabajar y dar prioridad al Escuadrón 42 de esta manera. Cuando nosotros recibamos las características, o sea, las nuevas mecánicas o nuevas cosas que se puedan hacer, las recibiremos en un estado mucho más acabado, mucho más terminado. Es decir, no es lo que está explicando no es que las recibamos más tarde, sino que lo que iríamos recibiendo serían migajas en vez de las características nuevas realmente.
Broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right, with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly reset.
Está explicando que creo que efectivamente esto lo que permite es que no haya esa disociación que había en el universo persistente, la forma de trabajar anterior, que el feature team y el content team estaban separados, por lo tanto, a la hora del feature team hacer una característica nueva, el content team la utilizaba, pero a veces no se lograba la sensación que se quería lograr, ¿no? Entonces, de esta manera, y tenían que volver atrás en algunos casos, de esta manera, al hacerlo desde el punto de vista que lo están haciendo ahora, digamos que la visión de crear algo nuevo, tanto el feature team como el content team están bajo ese mismo paraguas y pueden ir modificando sobre la marcha y refinando sobre la marcha realmente lo que ellos buscan hacer, ¿no?
Is the benefit, I think, that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. And we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things. The vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by on the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, you know, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cache some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, you know, people have talked about the star map forever, or, you know, so that has definitely been a major, I mean, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, you know, a couple of visualists.
Claro, está hablando un poco del hecho de que pues en Escuadrón efectivamente pues están trabajando lo mismo que pasa con los Master Modes o con el Building Blocks, el tema de las pantallas o el tema de la interfaz en general, de poder hacerlo de una forma más minimalista según el contexto, que eso le permite encarar mucho mejor la hora de desarrollar las visiones que tienen, ¿no?
Focusing on here to bring across into the PU after you know, we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. Yeah, we're pretty excited, so we wanted to visit.
También está el tema del Star Map, que dicen que tienen a 3 ingenieros trabajando en eso y que por supuesto que es una de sus mayores prioridades también.
One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and you know, we're going to work on it. That all of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but you know, we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that, you know, we're fairly advanced along, and so, you know, hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that said, some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific location.
Están diciendo que algunas cosas se han presentado, otras cosas que no. A la hora de mostrarnos cosas o avances sobre la tecnología que están trabajando, y que aparte que son que también tener en cuenta que no mirar con Microsoft una cosa, sino que es un todo que tiene que formar todo lo que es el gameplay con todas las mecánicas, todas las características juntas.
Everybody, this is a first-person universe, after all.
Que la posibilidad de que nos enseñen eso pues es un entorno de pruebas para no desvelar el Escuadrón 42 en una habitación de pruebas o lo que sea.
About how this has evolved.
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do, you know, you in your bed? How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, you know, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, you know, ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, like, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, you know, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around...
Una de las cosas que quieren mejorar, está hablando del Player Interaction Experience, de todo lo que recoge eso, ¿no? Que son pues el Personal Thoughts, o bueno, que lo que es la experiencia de jugador, quieren que se sienta pues como supuestamente se debería de esperar, o lo que quisiera hacer una persona en la vida real, cómo transformar eso para que en el videojuego pues se obtenga la experiencia que se espera, ¿no? Y definitivamente pues quieren mejorar lo que es la experiencia que tenemos dentro del juego como jugadores a la hora de pues tener nuestras interfaces o demás, ¿no?
Only for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, you know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, yeah, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in.
Está hablando de varias cosas en general, ¿no? Una de las cosas en las que habla es de hacer interactuales en el juego, de interactuar de la forma que se hace en Star Citizen, que es complicado, ¿no? Otra de las cosas que dice que no quiere tampoco es que haya 400 botones que pulsar, que quieren tratar bueno, pues es un poco el trabajo que estamos viendo, ¿no? De los diferentes modos y que un mismo set de botones, dependiendo del modo en el que estés, por ejemplo, como pasa con la minería o el pilotaje, pues sean compatibles, ¿no?
The player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. You should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, your little mini.
Está comentando a la hora de interactuar que si te acercas a un carrito no quieren que tengas que acercarte exactamente justo a la barra y hacer la IF, clic y tal. Quieren que el juego de alguna manera reaccione al sentido de que si te acercas a un carrito, le das a la F, pues que efectivamente pues, te agarres al carrito, ¿no?
The user interface to tell you that, yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed because you want to get involved.
Claro, quieren conseguir que la experiencia de interactuar con el juego efectivamente sea sin, o sea, no te tengas que forzar demasiado, que sea algo natural.
Is FPS radar scanning. It's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen is built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera.
Está comentando sobre el tema del escáner personal, que debido a la escala del juego, el detalle y la escala del juego son uno de los fuertes de Star Citizen. Pero que en otros juegos pues hay una marca de cómo tienes que seguir o demás y tal, pero con Star Citizen lo que se busca es el realismo, eso no se puede hacer. Entonces como que quieren hacer un pulso de escáner rápido a la hora de tener el escáner personal, en el que tú pulsas y, por ejemplo, si ves la cámara, pues ver la información de qué modelo de cámara es. O
a charge scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals. You're getting, okay, there's 2 guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that
Claro, o sea, por otro lado sería esa versión de que es de un escáner más rápido y otro, un escáner mucho más potente que tengas que cargar, que te dé una visión más amplia.
So they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for...
Claro, y de alguna manera tú lanzar ese pin bestia, ese pin cargado, sí que saben que estás bajo un pulso. De esa manera te desvelarás, ¿no?
We have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanner would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we show some videos of those?
So I understand we have 2 videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a...
Vamos a ver un primer vídeo en el que nos van enseñando esa parte de escaneo y demás.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with, but you're getting confidence of, oh cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode, you're not having to be...
Claro, están diciendo de cómo, de que dice, no tienes que ir a modo de interacción para agarrar un objeto. Están viendo que además ahora aparecen los nombres de las cosas al escanearlos, que en el futuro aparecerán más datos, más detallados, dependiendo del objeto.
That system is really robust, but hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of...
And I'd also say that part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use as your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring...
Claro, todas las cosas que está diciendo es que a la hora de ver ese disco en el suelo, si el círculo es de puntos, significa que tiene varias acciones. Si es un círculo completo, significa que solo tendría una acción, y que en este modo lo que veríamos es la acción primera, la principal, la básica.
The sort of AAA, even console games, you walk around, you look around, oh look, I can X to do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that's happening here, so you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse, because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive.
Claro, dice que espera que esto sea mucho más intuitivo y que en otros videojuegos que salen al mercado pues hay una forma, un común lenguaje, por así decirlo, de la hora de interactuar con el mundo, y que no quieren romper demasiado esos moldes para que sea una experiencia también familiar en cierto sentido de jugar.
Harvestables, and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it, it allows...
Me están diciendo la posibilidad de, en vez de tener el sistema que tenemos ahora de una lista, lo que tendremos es una rueda y en esa rueda pues podremos seleccionar de alguna manera e incluso que el orden de prioridad a la hora de darle a la F, ¿no? Si tú, por ejemplo, estás yendo a un sitio, estás recolectando cosas, pues quieres que lo primero que hagas sea almacenar en la mochila, no agarrar como pasa ahora, ¿no?
To be able to, interact
O sea, que de alguna manera podamos personalizar esa experiencia también.
All right, we move on. We have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure.
Play it when you
Yeah,
talk
play
about
it.
it.
So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radon scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a...
Esta sería la versión del escáner potente que incluso te permite ver una persona al otro lado del muro, por lo visto. Vamos a ver, de una pared, ¿no? Vamos a ver.
And they can track you down, but it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now...
Vale, vamos a dar un pulso ahora, gordo.
And now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radon scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charged scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that.
Claro, están hablando de que en el caso de que, o sea, te van a detectar en el caso de que tengas un radar, pero además, o sea, que tengan el radar encima, ¿no? En el caso de un evento, de un ambiente de PvE sí podrás utilizarlo, pero en el caso de un ambiente PvP te van a pillar porque la gente va a andar con eso, ¿no? Te van a pillar.
Limited scope, and you can...
O sea, entonces lo podrás usar, pero tendrás que tener en cuenta eso, de que te pueden pillar, ¿no? Vas a ser un faro.
We want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room, what things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wide escape, like Chris said, when we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are. And it's only temporary, and you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot, now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of...
the best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on, but I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around.
Están hablando de lo que es la travesía, ¿no? Del jugador, que quiere mejor lo que son las travesías en general. Una cosa es si tú ves un borde, pues que puedas pillarlo, o puedas encaramarte a él, o lo que sea, ¿no?
Now you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it, you're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, you know, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look...
Esto es interesante porque dicen que vamos a poder mirar hacia los lados, a 360 grados en una escalera, que no vamos a estar atrapados como ahora, que incluso vamos a poder correr y saltar a la escalera, vamos a poder saltar la escalera en cualquier punto.
Behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, you know, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's...
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, I mean, in Squadron we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where, you know, you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron.
Hasta hablando en Squadron hay una gran cantidad de física, o sea, de travesías y de físicas relacionadas con este tema, las escaleras y demás.
There should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how...
Claro, además dice que debería, a la de las travesías, bueno, ya en general, ¿no? Dice que debería haber diferentes soluciones para los problemas que trata de resolver en cuanto a travesías se refiere.
You know, do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can, you know, do it without seeing anyone because you've just, you know, taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still, you know, like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is the block out. But we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you know, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia.
Está diciendo algo de que cuando saltas y tal a la escalera que tendrás que como recuperar el equilibrio, que es algo que no vamos a ver aquí. Parece que nos van a enseñar un fragmento.
The final version, but we probably should
run
the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily...
Claro, está diciendo que además esto le van a meter mandanga a los naufragios y a misiones que hay en el PU ya y demás.
And here we're looking around to the left, to the right, and you can jump off the ladder at any point, you can slide down it, you can do all sorts of things.
Es un avance, una evolución de la movilidad tremenda. También está poniendo detalle que la inercia aquí no está bien trabajada porque es muy tosco a la hora de engancharse o no encaramarse.
The true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block out animations. I wonder what that is.
What is
Someone
that?
accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Qué cabrón.
But
El
the
que
other
lo
thing
dice.
as well,
Accidentalmente hemos puesto eso ahí, no sé qué será.
we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here. The other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now, if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay.
Claro, que los controles que utilicemos sean fáciles de utilizar y que de alguna manera nos podamos meter en el juego, ¿no? Dependiendo si utilizamos un mando, si utilizamos un teclado y un ratón, o si utilizamos un joystick, ¿no? Que quieren conseguir que realmente se traduzca bien lo que son el control que tenemos nosotros, el manejo, y que se traduzca fácil para que sea inmersivo.
Than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on, EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's, physical interaction. We should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space.
Bueno, también dice que han hecho un retrabajo tremendo de la actividad extravehicular, de cuando estamos en el espacio y demás, moviéndonos con el traje, ¿no? Y dice que también tenemos un vídeo para mostrar esto y tal.
Looking around and some of the tech that we've developed for...
Y que se sienta como algo más, o sea, que se sienta como se supone que debería de ser, ¿no? En el...
And a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you've not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction.
Claro, está totalmente desacoplado. Dice que cuando además tenemos lo que es la perspectiva, la sensación del entorno que nos rodea, que es mucho más perceptible saber dónde estamos, ¿no? O lo que nos rodea y demás, poder que pues en el momento que además tú le das a la W, pues hacia adelante, ¿no? En este caso, pues que te quedarías yendo hacia adelante, ¿no? Por ese desacoplado.
Eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down and
it's definitely, that's part of the plan. We
absolutely.
Even, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, 10 years now, I suppose. that you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what,
Claro, dice que además a la hora de interactuar y bueno, todo el tema de administración de recursos, el poder jugar con la gravedad de las naves y demás, que definitivamente tienes que tener una cámara fija, una cámara estable, tienes que ser capaz de poder moverte con suavidad, ¿no? Con fluidez.
The other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space and you need a spacesuit with the EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jared.
Está hablando de que, claro, de que a la hora de las opciones de gameplay, aparte de estar jodiendo el directo con la chaqueta de Jolando, está comentando del hecho de que efectivamente necesitaremos algún tipo de... O sea, a la hora de hacer las diferentes actividades tendremos como trajes espaciales que lleven un pack de EVA y que permita realizar más acciones, ¿no? Que uno que no lo tenga. Entonces, de alguna manera, pues si vamos a hacer pues alguna reparación o depende de la tarea que tenemos que hacer, pues nos interesará llevar ese tipo de trajes, claro.
You come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit or switch into this
clothes,
spacesuit
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA.
Vamos al vídeo, por favor.
EVA video.
Por favor, vamos al vídeo.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
Here we go
the EVA, this is what you're seeing here, is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person. The thrusters are not firing because
it's
decoupled.
the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with the proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see.
Claro, lo que está diciendo aquí, lo que veremos es que está utilizando las manos para desplazarse. Qué guapo, chaval.
Ourselves along, and if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here,
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of, you're just floating alongside the actual this fin of this Asiata station, and this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just, you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have zero-G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of...
Claro, o sea, de alguna manera dice que tenemos lo que es el tractor beam, tenemos el push-pull, que es lo que acabas de ver ahora, cómo se mueve con las manos impulsándose, y luego pues estará la opción de tener el pack de EVA de nuestro traje, que además también han dicho que este traje pues es el antiguo, que ahora que hay una nueva versión en la que se muestran los impulsores de maniobra de otra manera. Evidentemente las capacidades de EVA del traje de propulsión tienen combustible.
Control.
Combustible limitado, claro.
You know, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop
O sea
yourself.
que al final moverse será una combinación de varias técnicas, ¿no?
Yes. And you're actually going to see is like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here, yep, put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic. That's not marked up or anything. It's all ray casting, seeing if things. You brace yourself when you come up against. Hold on, arrest your thing. You can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, you know, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the acid aerospatial. You're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan. But, you know, the use of this in the, you know, the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big...
Está diciendo que esto no es solo para el Escuadrón 42, que el uso de este tipo de movilidad que han pasado ingeniándose para desarrollar esto un buen tiempo, y que esto, pues, el uso de este tipo de características pues va a ser masivo, ¿no? El uso de la actividad de EVA en el universo presente va a ser una locura.
Like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here, and then as what we've not been able to show today, which is do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's, you know, a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then, you know, instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees, you'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door, and it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just...
Claro, sí, eso es evidente. Bueno, están diciendo eso, que... A ver, están repitiendo un poco más o menos lo mismo, porque al estar en una conversación sobre el tema, pues se repite o se detalla lo que es la misma característica de seguido, ¿no? Que es algo normal. Pero básicamente lo que están diciendo es que la experiencia que vamos a tener de travesía en actividad extravehicular es una versión muchísimo más mejorada, o algo muchísimo más mejorado de lo que podemos esperar de lo que hacemos en la actualidad, ¿no? En el juego.
You know, we all love science fiction, obviously. We're making these kind of games. That, you know, that's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent, you know, that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Yeah, because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, you know, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have the upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it. It's like, oh, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things, and so yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like, that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah, it's just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really, really
no,
cool.
that's great. I mean, there's There's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like
really
it a lot.
like
I
it.
saw the Reddit.
Que nos van a enseñar también un vídeo de un carrito flotante, ¿o qué? Vamos a ver.
The thing we can show you here in a few minutes, but the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav-lev system where you stuck in this thing and the grav-lev it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo.
Bueno, están hablando de varias cosas, ¿no? Pero en realidad están hablando de varias cosas y están hablando de lo mismo. O sea, no están contando, ya digo, no están contando nada que digas en plan de dobla esto, tal, porque me refiero, están hablando de lo mismo. ¿Qué es lo que sucede en este caso? Ya os lo digo desde ya. Lo que sucede en este caso es que llevamos 5 horas 38 de directo, ¿vale? 5 horas 38 de directo. Y claro, justo ahora que metan una conversación tan libre, es devastador. O sea, es jodidamente devastador.
System, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this.
Sí, además a Tyler Wiggin le das algo de que hablar y madre mía, lo tienes ahí toda la tarde, te escribe una enciclopedia.
Where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something, and I can like basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that, because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food, how do I have my drinks, how do I have my raw materials, how do I have my weapons.
Claro, por ejemplo, está diciendo cosas que son... a ver, el problema es que está hablando de obviedades, ¿no? Dice, va a haber una cantidad de logística alrededor de la forma en la que soluciono la vida en el verso, ¿no? De cómo voy a conseguir mi comida, cómo voy a conseguir tal. Pero a día ahora mismo ya os digo, chavales, esta vez no me contengo como hice el año pasado, ya digo, para mí esto ahora mismo es una putada que te cagas, tío, escuchar toda esta conversación me está matando, porque yo quiero ir a ver la nave nueva, quiero ir a ver cosas.
Container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into.
Pero mira, dice Seven por ahí, es explicativo y me gusta. Ya se encarga de hacer resúmenes para que la gente que quiera ir al grano. Pero es que esto no es ir al grano, esto es que te están diciendo cómo se riega la planta, cómo se riega el maíz desde el primer momento, tío. Y te van contando toda la película y dicen, bueno, es que ayer hizo sol por la tarde, tal, y lo dio así medio de cara y por eso este grano es amarillo.
Blocked, I can move a box over
Es pasarse,
here now, I
tío.
can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys
Claro,
are
están de charlet, es lo que digo, están enseñando información, pero es información que ya nos han dado de otras maneras en otras ocasiones. A mí, después de 5 horas, tío, o sea, de 5 horas no, casi 6 horas, quizás se me hace un poquito cargante, un poquito pesado, ¿no? Porque están dándole vuelta y vuelta y vuelta a realmente el mismo contenido.
Loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's see the video there, and
We've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down, it's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now, grav levs on. You get hold of it. Bam.
Nos está enseñando
the new interaction system.
una cápsula de esclavo.
Demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads.
Es un pod para de esclavista, para llevar esclavos dentro, concretamente este.
And we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU, that you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take you to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that and, like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just a slaver pod, but obviously you'd be pushing, as long as it's grav lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our GravLeg technology, so the same, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable, because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid, that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry, we're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo tube.
That's true. Yeah.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships. Yep. Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42. And anything you want to share with us on that?
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product, is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right, because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once, because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything.
Bueno, chavales, yo creo que he resuelto la ecuación, ¿sabéis? En cuanto vuelvan a hacer esto, cuando vaya a la confísica, me pondré con una parrilla afuera cuando llegue este momento, ¿sabes? Y empezaré a abanicar ahí con el chuletón para que le entre el olor dentro y sacarlo rápido. En plan.
You need to know your G-forces and your heading direction, and I need to know my ammo, and master modes is a good way of going down that road, is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat. If you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter?
Le falta poco, chicos. Esperemos que acabe ya.
To atmosphere. Your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems and basically the display where we're first of all, we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD display.
A ver, para resumir, mira, están hablando de todo lo nuevo del bolo y tal. Los MFDs pues nos permitirán avanzar y los nuevos MFDs y quitar lo que es todo el tema de flash y todo eso. Son cosas que ya sabemos, que nos han dicho, por lo tanto. Yo pienso que esto deberían de hacerlo de otra manera, la verdad.
PU, so you know, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. You know, in the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it.
La otra opción que se me ocurre es que estén alargando esto para que les dé tiempo a preparar lo otro, lo que quieran hacer de la carrera o lo que sea. En plan de, no, seguir charlando que todavía no está la movida. Inventaros cualquier historia. A ver, yo lo siento ser así de cabrón, pero es que es lo que me da a pensar.
To your visor, now that won't be the case for everything. Every suit.
Muchas gracias, Lothar.
Oriented ship or suit that you would wear, you know, like a, you know, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet.
Esto sí es en directo, yo creo.
Appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, you know, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So yeah, you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You know, you wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just...
Es lo que digo, esto si fuera un Star Citizen Live no pasaba nada, pero el problema es que llevamos 5 horas delante.
Remembered on a per ship basis, and you can set up one, you know, okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this, I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built around building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one-system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of early, you know,
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show, but it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of you know, combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And
it's
think
huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either, you know, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk.
Mirar el reflejo de la silla. En realidad está el hueco por dos, porque se refleja la zapatilla en las dos. Es el por duplicado, tío. Porque se refleja la zapatilla en la silla de Chris Roberts también. Nos están engañando, tío.
It's on there if it's relevant. And also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level,
with 100 players in
you just get
100 player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. You know, and some players.
It was definitely a problem in squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
Quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and you know, some players can deal with it, but you know, it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, you know, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. You know, fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there, you know. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything and only reliance on marking
Me
things.
están diciendo que quieren hacer una evolución del proyecto en el caso de que tengamos que utilizar las MFDs y que sea más parecido a la visión original de Chris Roberts, que es que se apoyen menos en las marcas de realidad aumentada y pues dice, pues tenemos paneles en las naves, tenemos un radar en las naves y que la información que obtengamos de la experiencia se vea más reflejada ahí que en marcas de realidad aumentada.
We're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically to be your nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that, you know, the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out.
Eso es un meme ya,
map,
eso ya va para meme, ya os lo digo yo.
Making that
Eso
much
va para
more
meme, tío.
fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, you know, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you're you know, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, you know, click, you know, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's
A ver, Discolando también se está dando cuenta, ¿eh? Lo que pasa es que, claro, o sea, hay una disociación.
As we talked about, because, you know, some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU in Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, you know, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, you know, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, you know, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or, you know, your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. You know, that's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving you...
Está dando otra vez el tema de, bueno, pues el tema del escáner, de pulso de escáner, que será para las naves, y el cargado también, que será para las naves, que habrá esa opción también. O sea, pero bueno, vamos a esperar porque esto ya está terminando, chicos. Pero bueno, que sí, que está comentando eso del escáner, de que también, pues ahí está. Eso que vimos del escáner personal, de que lanzarás uno rápido y un pulso, también se aplicará a las naves. O sea, un pulso cargado también se aplicará a las naves.
It has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment, and the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that, we want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you're that pilot.
You got to fly to
chavales.
investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that, you know, we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of you're patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it, I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there, I'll walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like, the wave goes out and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
There's a point
there.
of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 1/10 the speed of the full quantum travel, sort of, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly and, also appreciate the environment you're going through and, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So for instance, you could
Which we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan and I get a contact 20K away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether, I come up, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station, this group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can almost procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan, that you can go and
Yo creo que lo mejor que vamos a hacer es, los voy a tener de fondo, ¿sabéis?
The whole idea of sort of these three sort of
Y
levels
vamos a ver si hay algo así. Mira, me los como yo solo y vamos uniendo las naves. Si dicen algo importante lo escucharé por aquí igual, ¿no? Vamos a ver, tenemos la Laguna Spirit. A ver, un momentito. A ver. Tenemos lo que sería la Laguna Spirit, que es la bombardera, y que tiene 10 bombas de tamaño 5, ¿no? Dice calidad, libertad y la persecución de un imperio más equitable, no me acuerdo lo que significaba ahora, chavales. Creo que era justo o algo así, pero bueno. Equitable no es justo. A ver. Equitativo, sí, justo. O sea, lo que tal. Vamos a ver. Vale, vamos a ver las specs, que me interesa saber sobre todo las specs, la diferencian así para ver rápido. Tiene 2 S3 en las alas y 2 S2 en el morro. Y una torreta remota de...
There's the old HUD, that's too busy.
That's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. And again, you can just boost over there. And it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into...
Yeah, and this, by the way, that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to, spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's,
Dice de Chris Roberts que no están enseñando las nuevas MFDs ni nada porque están en el proceso del cambio, o sea, están trabajando ahora y que la nueva interfaz también que no se está mostrando porque, bueno, pues están currando todavía, que no tienen un resultado definitivo.
But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah. And so for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to, I just want to like free quantum, right?
A ver, el tema del hacer free quantum, o sea, el quantum libre, de alguna manera resuelve el problema de que la gente se desconecta a mitad o se queda a mitad en mitad de la nada, ¿no? La verdad es que porque ahora mismo la gente, pues en Bounty la gente cortaba el salto en medio y esto la verdad que es una solución muy interesante, ¿no?
As we get closer to being ready to show those, you talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today's stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini-map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your mobile or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your mobiGlas. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, they're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download.
Claro, está hablando del minimapa, ¿no? De eso que vamos a tener, pues en FPS vamos a tener como un mapita a la derecha que arriba, que hace tiempo enseñaron, que podrás consultarlo desde el mobilas o mirarlo por ahí. Y que, bueno, la idea es que si tú vas a una estación, pues que la estación se te proporcione el mapa, pero si estás en un sitio que no conoces de nada, pues que incluso puedes encontrarte con una terminal, esa opción de que haya un mapa, pero esencialmente irás mapeando a medida que también te vayas moviendo, ¿no? En una zona desconocida. En el caso de una zona de aterrizaje, pues la idea es que cuando tú llegues nuevo al juego o lo que sea, pues a una localización que no conoces, pues que sepas dónde está pues el puerto espacial, donde puedes ir a buscar comida, etcétera, ¿no? Que te aparezca pues un mapa.
Allow people to then navigate to those places so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, you know, if somebody says to me tomorrow, oh, you know, come round to my house or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You know, you need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And you know, so we've long wanted this. I mean, it's very critical for Squadron, but it's also, you know, I think important for the PU. And you know, the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city, and you know, the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever.
Chavales, tengo un pedazo de codillo ahí que me voy a zampar, chavales, que vamos. Tengo unas ganas, a ver si acaba ya esto y luego podemos ver las naves con calma.
We have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, you know, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but you know, since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a
for
good
us to
backdrop
use.
rather than just, you know, grey
really
boxes. But you know, that would be an example, is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render in the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini map. But you'll have a more sort of, you know, reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor.
Qué guapo.
But it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is
Dice lo bueno que tienen que pueden aprovechar las geometrías que das en el juego para utilizarlas en el minimapa, que no tienen que crear el mapa de cero, ¿no?
Various parts of its interior to create the minimap without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships, because the
Okay.
environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that, you know, when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of
landing
traditional
zones.
game development, you have to make custom minimaps.
Yeah.
So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment minimap. So you know, if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU,
and absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, you know, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this minimap is not just, oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the minimap, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? You know, if it's a person, what's their active status, are they injured? So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission, and I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can get a scan of the local lie of the area and go, right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see.
Pero creo que soy yo, chicos, lo del micro. Creo que está jodiendo los cascos.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or
que no sé
intruders,
no sé
but
si
then
soy ellos o soy yo.
using like the relay network and whatever, those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly that the same.
Pues ya está, ¿no? Ya no lo escucháis.
Drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and you know, over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And you know, it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you know, you're playing and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually...
Está diciendo que la inteligencia artificial que tenían la han tenido que mandar a la mierda, literalmente, que han hecho otra nueva.
Don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of the, you know, it's older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the...
Que te has ido a Google a ver imágenes de codillo, cabrón. Yo si quieres te enseño luego la imagen, ¿eh? O sea, te aseguro que vamos, y con patatas, tío. Con patatas asadas, tío.
On the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not...
Or creatures.
Or creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like you know, I'm not just shooting.
Esta última parte está poniendo conmigo, chicos. Me está reventando, tío.
Then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU. I think it'll be a whole different experience, and it's I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, you know, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where.
Espero que nos enseñen algo gordo después de la turra. Después de la turra te enseño el codillo, Black Demon.
They're kind of following scripts, whereas with us, you know,
eso sí que va a ser gordo para mí, ¿sabes?
It can be you know, locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in. There's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. You know, the AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by friend Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And you know, we absolutely have turned a corner this 100%. Year because you know, both me and
No, de verdad, chicos, muchas gracias por estar aquí apoyando el stream. La verdad que hoy ha sido un día de puta madre. O sea, lo que pasa es que, bueno, ya os digo, yo creo que esto lo hubiéramos visto en Star Citizen Live y tan tranquilitos y hubiéramos disfrutado. Es que yo creo que ya son, muchos de nosotros llevamos ya muchas horas encima viendo contenido, y claro, justo este tipo de contenido yo lo hubiera puesto, como dice Riker al principio, tío, no lo hubiera puesto ahora, tío.
Rich is much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build, And home, I'm like, damn it, I'm going to finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was, you know, it was like Elden Ring from software. Like, I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception, like they can, you know, they can hear a sound around a corner, but
Están hablando de cosas que ya nos han hablado a lo largo de otros insights, de otras noticias. Están hablando del comportamiento que debería tener la IA y de cómo deberían relacionar los sonidos y demás. Aparte de eso, pues han hablado también de lo que es la experiencia de jugador, han hablado de los tipos de radares, han hablado... o sea, son realmente cosas de las que ya no se nos había comentado algo y algunas cosas tienen novedades, pero en su mayoría es una discusión, o sea, una discusión, sí, una discusión no, o sea, una conversación, mejor dicho, sobre el estado actual del proyecto o cómo han tenido que llegar ahí. Entonces, lo que pasa es que es una conversación no ordenada, o sea, es una conversación de tranquiloteo, ¿no? Entonces se hace bastante largo.
When you say we've thrown everything
Well,
away.
actually, I was about to come back to that. So,
Because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where, you know, we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, like subsumption or like how they navigate in Pathfinder.
Manolus dice, joder, que os hagas la conferencia. No, hombre, no. Es lo que os digo, que el problema es que venimos con maleta para esta conversación. Ellos probablemente no se dan cuenta porque no han pasado por lo mismo que nosotros de ver toda la con así de esta manera, ¿no? Igual puede ser que no se estén dando cuenta, pero estaría bien que no hicieran este tipo de cosas así, ¿no? Ya es lo que digo, si esto fuera una conversación aparte, grabada, estaría de puta madre. Que fuera una charla de Chris Roberts y tal, y la ponen aparte mañana y ya está, y queda de puta madre.
Engage you so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers, and we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover, or I want pushers to be, you know, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, you know, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and say, we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there, so you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges, and all of a sudden...
Claro, daros cuenta de que está describiendo los comportamientos de la IA y todo lo que involucra pues los comportamientos de la IA, además pues utilizar armas, utilizar tal, y los posibles escenarios que eso conlleva. O sea, detalla muchísimo la explicación, lo cual se agradece, pero es lo que digo, creo que no es el momento.
Actions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you know, you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing because they're just computer. They know where you are.
Efectivamente, Bernus, todo lo que dicen es buena info, está bien en la conversa, pero no es una charleta para echar ahora, tío, porque es matadora.
Exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is, well, you know, when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, oh, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss...
Me están diciendo, queríamos que hacer que la IA, pues que no fuera como un soldado. Es que tú miras, tío, es que es para matarlo, ¿no? Yo lo mato, tío. O sea, no, atención, os voy a traducir tal cual para que veáis la movida. Dice, claro, tú cuando te encuentras a un soldado, el soldado no dispara inmediatamente, entonces no hace esto así. O sea, así lo está explicando, no hace esto así inmediatamente, entonces... Pero claro, queríamos también tener una IA que no tuviera el 100% de precisión, pero al mismo tiempo que no... que te diera esa sensación de presión, y entonces tú puedes escuchar el chu, chu, chu. Así está explicando las cosas, ¿vale? Durante todo el rato. O sea, es una puta locura.
And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors.
Este tío es un monstruo, es un animal, pero el problema es que el otro, bueno, la última vez también Lando lo dijo de que a ver si hablaba menos y tal, y se explicaba más breve, porque se iba mucho, o sea, no es que se iba mucho por las ramas, es muy detallista. Pero es que supongo que también se podría llamar de formación profesional, ¿no?
You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this.
Se supone que esto es el cierre de la CitizenCon, sí. Anouk, efectivamente.
You feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. Fighter pilots don't go in and, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
I would say, throwing it away was
it's disingenuous.
But basically, game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then V3, and V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. We've
redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI staying the same.
More mess hall.
The mess hall will never end.
Right. But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits, and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar.
Además está comentando que las aplicaciones que tiene a los diferentes comportamientos de FPS también se verán en las naves, o sea que también las naves tendrán esos tipos de comportamientos diferentes, ¿no? Estos traits que le llaman, características, ¿no?
The investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other things outside of, you just talked about combat. There's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that, let's go check it out. They radio their back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or if they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff, but really the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor, you know, cleaning up messes that people leave.
Bueno, nos quedamos con que la IA en esta Citizen, ¿vale? No es solo bartenders o esperar la cola de comida de tal, sino que también es, lo voy a hacer tal cual ha hecho Chris Rhodes porque me ha molado, también es un ingeniero que va por ahí así.
Huge conversation when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening. It all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So yeah, but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also there's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, you know, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or you know, talking about what they think the best, I don't know, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording. But that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the, you know, the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, oh, well, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked someone in Horizon, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
Claro, dice el universo reaccionará a los eventos del verso, ¿no? De alguna manera. Si sucede algo los Ninetales, pues pues habrá conversaciones o rumores o cotilleos en el bar acerca de lo ocurrido, ¿no? En un bar, por ejemplo. O sea, que eso afectará al verso de alguna manera, ¿no?
And what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
He's going to go. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other two AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place.
Claro, están comentando de que esto no está scriptado, que esto es cómo funciona realmente el sistema, que lo han hecho varias veces, y lo que estamos viendo son las bolas blancas, que son las posibles zonas donde se puede ocultar el personaje. Y entonces la IA, digamos que o sea, va limpiando, ¿no? esas supuestas bolas blancas, que no se verán evidentemente en el juego, para comprobar si esa zona está limpia o no está limpia, ¿no? Y el otro personaje, o sea, pues el jugador en este caso, lo que sea, pues se ha escondido detrás, ¿no?
And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy, and once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you know, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
He's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, you know, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because...
Claro, dice, una vez limpien eso, limpien todas las bolas que quedan ahí, cuando lo haga uno de ellos compartirán esa información. Y entonces dicen, ok, vamos a chequear el siguiente espacio, ¿no? Que es lo que está haciendo.
Now he's coming around here. And...
Fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we've added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? You know, did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game you don't see that. That's our
no,
debug.
no, that's our debug.
That's just in.
Claro, en el modo debug, o sea, como que tienen varios niveles de alerta, que serían el verde, el amarillo y el rojo. Entonces el verde es como que puede que te hayan visto y tal, como que se hayan dado cuenta de algo. Y luego pues el rojo sería full combat mode, ¿no? O sea, modo de combate total. Que no es algo que vayamos a ver en el juego nosotros reflejado, sino que es algo que solo se va a ver... O sea, lo tienen ellos a nivel interno para programar. Nosotros no vamos a ver eso encima del personaje, ¿no?
And checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like, there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green, and it's like their minds have been, it's like MIB, they flash through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state, and in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see it, like he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So
in
I'll
real map.
roll the clip.
Let's take a look at the real deal.
Esto es en real, lo otro era un test.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you, and then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points, they're checking the usables that are there, and then in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat, so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up, where he's just kind of like looking and checking.
El micro yo creo que son ellos en el rollo, porque yo no he tocado nada, está ahí quieto sin tocar, o sea, me extraña que haga esos ruidos. Aparte de eso, bueno, que está mirando de que ha tenido que hacer esto varias veces por el tema de que llegaba a capturar, llegaban a avistar al jugador antes de que lograra hacer la escapada, ¿no? O ocultarse, digamos.
You may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking.
Yo creo que sí, que es con la cazadora o algo.
Same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Que dice que no está scriptado, ¿no? Sino que realmente la IA reacciona a lo que pasa, ¿no? Es systemic, ¿no? Dicen.
The decisions that they make at runtime will be different. And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to just kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation.
Nos van a enseñar otro video de tácticas. Antes os estaba enseñando cómo había el defensor. Había dos defensores. Había un pusher, que era el que va empujando primero en cola, y luego está el que va flanqueando, ¿no? Que va con una posición como un poco más abierta. Y lo vamos a ver ahora pues reflejado en este escenario, ¿no? Después del escenario de pruebas.
All be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't
No.
memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff.
Claro, en el futuro, pues todo el tema de escalar por lugares, utilizar escaleras, la IA también va a poder interactuar con el mundo de la misma manera que lo van a hacer los jugadores, ¿no?
Flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of it, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because, like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making him feel real, like you're playing against another real.
Dice que también sería muy fácil hacer una IA que realmente pues supiera dónde estás en todo momento y matándote, pero...
Before we let you go, let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of two areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility.
Definitivamente yo no soy. No, yo no soy.
Essentially, we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that pilots train for that so they can actually modulate their breathing so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally.
Están hablando de algo que es importante, chicos. Están hablando de skills, pero no skills en plan de que si tú tienes esto puedes pilotar mejor, no, que eso dependerá de tu nave. Lo que pasa es que se están hablando de capacidades de poder aguantar más el tema o sea, tener un sprint más largo, tener más fondo, ¿no? Tener más fondo, tener más resistencia a, por ejemplo, el entorno o poder tener más capacidades de aguantar la fuerza G de una nave, y que es algo que están haciendo de que de alguna manera a partir del gameplay que se van a poder conseguir esos atributos, entiendo.
You can get some strength up, and again, that's part of like making that the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world was, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character's going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because
Exactly.
I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them,
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into skilling up your character because you're saying that's the dedicated area of focus that you want. You can run further than them. You can carry things that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them,
more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to.
Claro, están hablando de por ejemplo, de si tú quieres cargarte a alguien y vas a apuñalarlo, ¿no? Entonces, las primeras veces, pues, que la animación se va a ver más tosca y a medida que vayas teniendo más muertes a tus espaldas, que vas a ver cómo esa forma o esas skills se ven como esas habilidades se ven cómo se hacen de forma más pulida.
Melee, like fist
Melee
fighting
combat,
or knife fight.
Antes estaba hablando del hecho de que si tú eres un carguero, pues igual no te interesa, o sea, si tú te dedicas al transporte, igual no te interesa mejorar otras habilidades, pero si tú, por ejemplo, te dedicas a ser bounty hunter y vas a la carrera detrás de una persona con una armadura pesada y una persona que no está entrenada en eso, pues tú podrás llegar a alcanzarlo, a pillarlo. Yo creo que es un tema que hay que mirar a ver hasta qué punto tal, porque puede ser peligrosillo, a ver cómo lo gestionan.
It's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No,
anymore.
Exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. Yeah. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more G's. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do. And that you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them,
Está diciendo de que ese tipo de habilidades, de que por ejemplo si te montas en una nave que tienes, yo no sé, dice, en el caso de que tú estés haciendo un combate, pues que el otro se desmaye antes que tú y tal, y que dice que eso será un porcentaje pequeño de influencia sobre tal, pero que no vas a tener que ir a entrenar esa habilidad, sino que simplemente jugando al juego vas a conseguir mejorar esas habilidades. Habrá que ver, y puede ser demasiada diferencia. Desde el punto de vista del diseño no es lo mismo que desde el punto de vista del jugador, habrá que ver cómo se resuelve eso.
This is the same way as, I've got an Apple Watch on here and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of, how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But that will be essentially one of the apps in the Moby Glass. And then one of the last, things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is, there's a complete redo of the Moby Glass. And the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military Moby Glass and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
Moby OS
system, yeah.
And it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And,
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically. Obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of Flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of our big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. I don't know if you want to say anything more on the Mobi Glass.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll the Mobi Glass. Let's take a look.
A ver el Mobi Glass.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat.
Ponelo desatado al replay tonight.
The AI, which again, it's kind of just making it believe that you're in this, believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just it's a lot cleaner, and the information, it's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Mobi, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts, so the alert's now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone, but there was an alert down on our mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it, it's cleared. So that's the system, it's a framework. So like inside you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here, I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing.
Claro, el sistema de alertas de que aparecen por ahí que eso lo han quitado, de ver toda esa locura, y de que ahora tienes notificaciones en el Mobi Glass y dices, coño, tienes un mensaje, te sale una notificación, ¿no? Y luego el tema del principio que nos mostraba, pues lo que eran los objetivos primeros a la derecha, el estado de salud de nuestro personaje, nada en el centro.
Every day. So when we come to things like the Mobi Glass, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions, you want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, Mobi is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go and go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails. Or we don't need to reinvent how you understand.
Claro, está diciendo cosas que dice que quieren hacer que el juego sea accesible, tratar de complicarlo lo menos posible. Dice, no necesitamos reventar cómo se leen los emails, ¿no? O cómo interpretas, o sea, cómo accedes para leer una misión, ¿no? Eso es algo que ya está.
She's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. We're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do this. A lot of it we've already done, and we're just...
Claro, dice que todo lo que están hablando aquí que no es algo que estén... que vaya a salir dentro de 1000 años, sino que es algo que ya están haciendo, que están trabajando, que muchas de las cosas ya están hechas.
Confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, because as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do...
Ya está diciendo de que a la hora de ver estas características en el Escuadrón 42, cuando un desarrollador del PU lo vea, pues puede realmente saber, o sea, cómo poder hacer las cosas, cómo poder escalar esa tecnología, porque ya hay un equipo dentro del Escuadrón 42 que se ha enfrentado a esa situación, ¿no?
There's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know, and we're working on, and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, it's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really...
Dice, ¿quieres algunas palabras que dedicarle a la comunidad antes de que os dejemos y tal? Y dice... es increíblemente, es un reto tremendo el hacer 2 juegos al mismo tiempo, y además incorporar nueva tecnología, crear nueva tecnología, pero recompensa muchísimo.
This time, but for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen, because ultimately I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this Constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing a mountain in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything.
Está diciendo, el trabajar en un proyecto tan ambicioso como Star Citizen es un privilegio. en un juego en el que realmente puedes estar en tu nave y estar rodeado de tu nave y bajar de la nave, ir a ver en un planeta el follaje, ver a la distancia y darte cuenta de que puedes ir allí, que no es un fondo de pantalla.
Play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone to play it is a complete, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. It's a dream I've had.
Claro, dice que desde un punto de desarrollador es como un sueño el poder estar haciendo algo como Star Citizen, ¿no?
Something I'm always eternally grateful for, and it's the best job in the world. So
el mejor trabajo del mundo.
As much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something or something's not working, or what kind of idiot did this, or which doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. At the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. It's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it.
Claro, lo que teníamos planteado hacer en un principio hace 10 años no tenía nada que ver con esto. Esto es la escala que tiene esto, el detalle que tiene el universo, el Star Citizen ahora es algo mucho más bestia, ¿no?
The opportunity to do that, we're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone that's supporting the project, so like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. We are working really hard, and it's exciting. For me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. This year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. We're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself. Over the last few years has become more stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back. Despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe, and we're really committed to.
Dice que, acaba diciendo antes que a pesar de que a veces hay frustración y tal, y que al final desarrollas una piel gruesa con respecto a ciertos comentarios de la comunidad, que sigue siendo el mejor trabajo del mundo, dice. Y el hecho de que tiene que haber algo, o sea, que la prueba de que está yendo bien las cosas es que cada año juega más gente, que el juego es más estable, aunque sigue teniendo sus bordes sin pulir, ¿no? Pero que el hecho de que tiene algo definitivamente para que a pesar de la frustración la gente vuelva y siga jugando, ¿no? Porque esa sensación de poder meterte en el juego, en la nave, ir a un planeta, ir a cualquier parte, que es algo, de alguna manera es algo único, ¿no, chavales?
But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind-the-scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in, you know, in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, you know, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that.
Quiero decir que a pesar de que estemos centrados en Escuadrón 42, seguimos leyendo todo el feedback que se está haciendo para el PU, y algunas de esos comentarios se han introducido en el juego a lo largo del tiempo.
And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. It's we're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen...
Lo mejor que con lo que se queda es, si tiene que decir algo, es que no estamos haciendo característica, es decir, estamos haciendo el juego y estamos poniendo las piezas juntas.
And existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction, and then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, you know, in the next few years it's going to be really exciting times. Like as Chris said, there's lots of things in.
Dice, en los años que se vienen realmente va a ser un tiempo excitante, unos buenos momentos para el juego, ¿no?
And the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, you know, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the PU.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Mobi-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Tell you what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
The cinemas, I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do, and it's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just
they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when, in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
El nuevo Community Hub, chavales, a ver qué va. Y es la parte final ya de la con.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub. And we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to.
Están diciendo que haciendo un completo retrabajo de lo que es la comunidad y demás, porque no eran, necesitaban más cosas, entonces vamos a ver qué tienen, porque dice que han estado currando con gente de Turbulent y vamos a ver cómo va el asunto.
Outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and...
Estáis viendo ahí que podremos escoger entre 3 opciones cuando creemos un post.
To obviously put a title and description in there. But also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
Que está diciendo que el Community Hub es un lugar de creatividad donde se puede tener relaciones o fomentar relaciones con otros jugadores de Star Citizen.
We hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
Está ya puesto el Community Hub ahora mismo. Dice que está ya puesto.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now.
Hay que verlo.
Hay que verlo. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Daymar Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me, Every step you can follow. Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys!
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organisers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1, go! And well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut of our new home.
Dice que ya está, otro CitizenCon en la mochila.
Weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that much more.
You can do like 10, 15 minutes more.
Well, let me start with back in 2012.
No me jodas,
All I can
Chris.
say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side and also from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. This year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent Energy streaming out and 3.18, which hopefully we're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right, Aaron, we think, maybe?
We're absolutely working on it.
All right, so we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much. But he's our Director of Development on Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it. And of course, we're working very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday.
Star Citizen.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. See you next year.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Qué grande. Estaba agradeciendo al final a la comunidad y demás por el apoyo que se le da y que el Evocati sale la semana que viene. El Evocati la 318, chavales. El Evocati sale la semana que viene. No se quedó friseado. Yo creo que le quieren hacer una... Se han confundido, yo creo. Yo creo que... está realizando una raid a Atmosports. Le están haciendo una raid a Atmosports. Yo lo siento mucho por Atmosports. Voy a... Es que ni siquiera se ve, tío. Se ha quedado todo pillado esto, yo creo. Creo que se ha todo pillado. No sé si puedo ir directamente a los de Atmo, pero... No sé si están aquí siquiera, tío. Atmosports. En 7 minutos. Bueno. Chavales. La hora del codillo. Lo prometido es deuda. Ahora veréis. Bueno, chavales. Esto es lo que voy a zampar. Es un bien necesario ahora mismo. Y go. Oh, Dios mío. Uf. No te haces a la idea, Ray, que tenía un hambre, chaval. Yo tenía un hambre, tío, que no tenía sentido, hombre. Estaba ahí muriéndome del hambre, tío. Muchas gracias, señor Riker. Gracias de verdad, chavales, por el apoyo, La hostia, 200 personas aquí viendo, chaval. Ojo, Qué bárbaro. Me ha flipado lo de... Yo lo tengo que decir. Me ha molado verme en la con, chavales. Me ha molado. Yo es así. Me ha molado mucho. He salido en la con, chavales. He salido en la CitizenCon. Oye. Oh, guau. Buah, esto estará petado ahora, claro. ¿Mm? Ahí estoy, chaval. Si hubiera cosas que todavía no funcionan, creo. He salido en la con, Reggae, sí, sí. He salido en la con, tío. Va en serio, sí. Menudo hambre, chaval. Joder. Lo estoy disfrutando, chicos. Os lo digo. Si estoy cenando, buen provecho, por cierto. Ah, se va así directamente, ¿no? Vale. Ah, hostia, me parece todas las llaves. Buah, ya ves, qué locura, tío. Madre. A ver, vamos a ver... La mandanga. La mandanga, chavales. Ojo, Gracias, hombre. Yo me alegro que lo hayáis pasado bien en la con. Yo en verdad me lo he pasado bien. Aunque he tenido que sufrir un poco al final, porque entre el hambre y las ganas de comer... No, el gym no, porque no entra ni el Greycat, tío. La Corsair para noviembre. Esto es la bombardera. Esto es la nave nueva, tío. Yo la verdad, primero voy a acabar de cenar. Y luego tenemos toda la calma. Para mirarlo todo tranquilos. Esta nave compite con la... No, esta nave no compite con nada, porque... ¿Qué te vas a pillar, esto o una freelancer en el estado actual? O una Canlas. ¿Con qué compite? ¿En qué quedamos? Compite con mis huevos morenos. Gano. Uf. Lo que pasa es que vale más pasta. No sé, yo... No compréis nada por ahora, tenéis tiempo, ¿eh? Hay por lo menos 26 días. O sea que... Hay que esperar al Cuané. Grande, señor Mulky. A ver, a ver, a ver, a ver, a ver. Para rematar unas uvitas. Como los reyes. Pero entonces... A ver, las skins yo se las voy a comprar. Ahora son 373... Vale, las pinturas me las tengo que pillar. La C1. La C1... Primero vamos a ver la 1. Cuesta que mirarlo bien, si no. Vale. Perfecto. Vamos a ver la C1. Specs. 48 de cargo. Un escudo de tamaño 2. Tractor Beam. No tiene armas. No tiene armas, loco. Ah, sí, estoy viendo aquí. Estoy viendo. Estoy viendo. A ver. Yo tengo el dedo caliente, ya lo digo. Digo yo, si la A1 tiene bombas y tiene 48 de carga... No, no creo. No creo. Yo creo que está bien. Yo creo que está bien, chicos. Está bien, ¿eh? La cuestión es, ¿qué tiene la esta? ¿Sabes? Porque esto tiene la carga. Pero ¿qué tiene la esta que no tenga la otra? Yo creo que está mal la carga de... O sea, vamos a ver. No, está mal, está mal. Sí, no, que parece que es lo que es el interior, chicos, pero... Parece que es el interior, ¿no? Pero... Ahora, volvamos otra vez al lío. Entonces, la Spirit... Son 2 armas de tamaño 2 en el morro y 2 armas de tamaño 3. Vale. Eso está bien. Ahora que no me escuchabas, digo, la Caldas tiene 8 misiles del 3 y 8 misiles del 2, ¿eh? Y luego tienes la torreta y tiene 4 armas de tamaño 3. Cuidadito con la Caldas. La Caldas es mucha Caldas. La Caldas es mucha Caldas, o sea, cuidado. A mí me ha gustado la con Antonio. A mí me ha gustado, tío. Estaba ahora cenando algo y tal. A mí me ha gustado. Sí, mucho mejor que el año pasado, eso es verdad. Y a ver esto, porque yo quiero... Es que... No lo sé. O sea, yo lo que quiero es la gráfica. No, la Caldas Black va a perder carga, sí, claro, Antonio, por supuesto, tío. Subiré el bot este entero a YouTube. Y pondré marcas de tiempo. Mira, ya lo han subido separado. Tengo que ver esto, chicos, otra vez. Que está por aquí.
As there's yes, you can now follow people on the new community hub. You have a live stream section which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page. And there's
espera, que aparezco dos veces. Que me quiero
And I
tocar.
can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the community hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new community hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now.
Vaya tela, chaval. Ya está, ya soy feliz. Ya soy feliz, chicos. Ya soy feliz. ya soy feliz. O sea, ya está inmortalizado Palacón. Inmortalizado. Ya está. ¿Va a perder carga la Black? Sí, claro, porque ahora mismo la carga que hay en las naves, todas las naves van a perder carga, ¿ok? Pero a ver, no importa la cantidad de carga que se lleve, lo que importa es el balanceo que hagan a cada nave. Pero la Caldas va a perder carga seguramente porque a la hora tú de almacenar la carga no puedes, o sea, no hay travesía. ¿Entiendes? Esta web no sé si la podréis ver. Yo creo que ahora mismo igual está solo para concierge. Podría ser. 316 espectadores he llegado. Hostia. Yo ni idea, Tito Jin. Ni idea, loco. Lo tengo desactivado, ¿sabes? Y los espectadores no los veo, pero... Joder, qué locura, chaval. Qué bestia, ¿no? No sé si podrás... ahí te lo ha pasado Casul. ¿Me podéis hacer todo el mundo? No sé si solo para concierge, la verdad. No lo sé. Y te deja acceder Casulmen. Muchas gracias, Japegón. Bueno, entonces... viendo aquí un poquito el tema, que estoy aquí... estoy todo reclinado, tío. Madre mía. Dios. A ver, entonces son 101. 101, pero seguro. Vamos a mirar en dólares. Voy a ir a la Pledge Store. Lo primero, bueno, están los packs así. Vale. Voy a mirar a ver si hay algún pack especial. Que no hemos visto ni el vehiculillo todavía. Extras, están en los ships. No, extras no. Necesito buscar Game Package. Game Package lo primero va a ser alguna oferta. Vale, no hay. Vamos a mirar Ship Upgrades. Todavía no están aquí, ¿no? Todavía no están aquí. Y en esta parte... Sí, vale. O sea, la Spirit C1, $110. $110 con una pedazo de imagen de rayo tractor ahí. La... Spirit E1, 150. Y A1, 175. Bueno, pues ahí están los precios, ¿no? Ahí están los precios en dólares planos. O sea, dólares planos. A ver, yo es que la... A mí la bombardera me llama, ¿eh? Me llama muchísimo. A mí la maldita bombardera me llama que te cagas, tío. Uf. Voy a mirar más cosas de la bomba. Y también la Spirit. O sea, la Spirit es algo diferente en el juego, ¿no? Es algo totalmente distinto. O sea, al final está claro que, por un lado tenemos la... Ah, es verdad. Chicos, está la votación en activo de ver cuál de las naves queremos votar. ¿Cuál de las naves queremos votar? Pick a Ship Challenge, que os lo pongo por aquí. De nave minera, yo la verdad... Uf. ¿De RSI, de Argo o de Muichachi Industrials? Yo voy a votar de Muichachi, tío. Yo voy a votar de Muichachi porque quiero presionar en el desarrollo de Misk. Quiero que le metan caña a Misk, tío. Es una marca que está peor que otras. A mí lo de Argo también me echa para atrás el tema de ir en pelotas en la torreta. Yo quiero... La verdad que me interesa y Misk... no sé. O sea, a ver. La Orión es de R6, Amazon. Vamos a ver qué más cosas hay. A ver, el Greycat STV. Acceleration Topping Class. Fijaros que cabe uno a la izquierda y cajas en la Nomad, tío. Es que este es el vehículo ideal para llevar una Corsair. Porque te cabrá este vehículo y cajas. Este vehículo por una Corsair mola bastante. Voy a mirar si lo tengo. Voy a mirar si lo tengo, chicos. Sí, voy a mirar si lo tengo. Cabe la posibilidad de que lo tenga. Es verdad. Es muy probable. Es muy probable que lo podamos ver. Claro. Voy a mirarlo. Voy a mirarlo a ver si lo tengo, ¿no? Yo igual sí. No, el Greycat nuevo le van a hacer, o sea, van a hacer un PTV con rework. Esto es diferente, esto es un vehículo nuevo. Esto es un vehículo nuevo, Randur. A ver si tengo oportunidad de probarlo, chicos. Pienso que eran 12 bombas, puede ser. O 10. 12 o 10, sí, eran bastantes. Bastante guay la Citizen, a mí me ha molado. Hay muchos, o sea, el tema del vuelo, de cómo van a hacer con el vuelo, eso es una locura. Y el gameplay de lo que quería comentar antes, ¿no? Que el gameplay de una Hammerhead al final, claro, o sea, tú vas a tener... yo creo que voy a sacar... No sé, voy a sacar una nave rápida para poder ir allí sin problemas y luego miramos de si cabe en alguna cosa o lo que sea. No sé si tengo algo aquí, mira, tengo el save. A mí el cambio de modelo de vuelo me llama la atención. Ya digo, el tema del soporte vital, de que eso de que no podáis ir ciento y la madre en una nave... Telita. No. Cabronazo. Se me viene a robar la nave que no puede robar. Pues anda que va apañado. Apañaduski va el tío. Apañuski. Vamos a comprobar rápidamente. Ahora veremos con detalle las naves. Yo os digo, yo estoy todavía en shock de ver todas las naves y todo. O sea, todavía no... Eso hay que analizarlo con mucha calma. Y ya digo, o sea, lo sabio es no gastar un duro hasta que se vea el Q&A. Además, va a estar tiempo. La Corsair pinta muy guay. Ha salido la Corsair, sí, en el Ship Talk. No sé si está, ya lo digo. No lo sé. Grey KTSTV. Let's go. Let's go, chavales.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following.
No, todavía no lo he comprado. Uy, qué cosita.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Tiene una buena iluminación. Vamos a ver cómo caben unas buildas. Ya que estamos. Uf. Zapatea rico, ¿eh? A ver, tengo que... opciones... Key bindings... Justijotas... vehicles... ground vehicles movement... drive forward también, el pedal... Yes... Y el backward. Vamos. No entiendo. Bueno, ahora miraré. Debe hablar con este tío. A ver si puedo. Yo, hello. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me, buddy? Nada, esta peña se va. O sea, no me quiero arriesgar a probar a meterlo ahí y que luego pase una barbaridad. Tengo que terminar de configurar bien esto, a ver. Tengo que terminar de configurarlo, a ver. Opciones. Coño, key bindings. Keyboard mouse, Jotas. Ground Vehicle General. Yo creo que sí que está. O sea, sí que tiene que estar. Ah, sí que está, coño. Vale, después de estar mirando y ver que no tal, vamos a mirar en esta luz aquí cerca. Y voy a tratar de mirar el vehículo desde fuera. Vamos a ver. ¿Qué tenemos aquí? Tenemos la movida de carga detrás, ¿no? Supuestamente. ¿Pero dónde? Aquí. Ah, esto es el inventario personal. Y aquí las cajas. Wow. Vale, o sea, por un lado son las cajas y por otro lado el inventario personal que tiene 125. Y luego la parte frontal, que voy a apagar las luces. Aquí, ¿no? Supongo. Hostia, qué guapo, tío. Nah, está guapísimo. Con dos ranuras para blades, tío. Buah. Mola un montón, ¿eh? Mola mogollón. Sí, acabo de abrir atrás, o sea... Acabo de abrir atrás. Ahí está abierto por atrás. Esto sería la carga. De hecho, sí se abre todo. Es que todavía no... Del terreno y todo eso, tela. O sea, 36 metros por segundo. Y el cyclone de carreras es 35, creo. Uf, es que claro... Uy, uy, mamá. Es que me puedo quedar súper jodido. Yo estoy viendo la carrera aquí full criminal, como un loco, ¿sabes? Como si no hubiera mañana, pero quiero ver cómo se comporta. Es que te puedes quedar muy pillado. O sea, va a ser mejor que vuelva. No, la sensación mola, pero bueno. O sea, está sin finiquitar el coche. Lol. A ver, es una solución interesante, desde luego. Y luego está el tema de poder llevar aquí un arma, ¿no? Que nos faltaba por mirar eso. Claro, que tenemos aquí un rack de arma en este lado. Y aquí otro. O sea, la verdad que está guay, ¿eh? O sea, supongo que aquí podrás llevar armadura media y alguna ligera. O sea, perdón, armadura ligera y alguna media. También eso hay que tenerlo en cuenta. El símbolo de la compañía se abre. Ah, el tanque de combustible. LOL. LOLazo. Brutísimo. Lo de delante son los componentes. Mola, mola mucho. Si queréis probarlo, joder, veniros y os metéis a mi server, tío. Veniros para abajo y meteros a mi server. Ya está, y lo probáis. Hostia. Caben dos en una Kudlas y 4 también. Y 4 también. Malísima por cierto. Enhorabuena, durante la columna bajada de 3. ¿Qué dices, tío? LOL. Muchas gracias, chavales, por apoyar el canal. Muchísimas gracias, chicos. Qué locura, tío. No sé, tiene muy buena pinta. ¿Qué precio tiene? Yo quiero mi codillo. Vale, vamos a ver el vehículo. Pintura de concierge. Y cuesta $35, ¿no? $40 metros por segundo, pone. Ahora, que a mí de los vehículos me moló más el otro, tío. Mirad. Tiene que estar por aquí el rollo. Este mola un huevo. Este mola un huevo. Este mola un huevazo. Claro, este es otro que van a poner. Este mola un huevo, tío. O sea, porque aquí yo creo que vas a poder llevar una caja gorda. O varias cajas. Este lo van a sacar después, cuando esté. Pero yo creo que como vehículo de utilidad me llama más la atención este casi, ¿no? Yo creo que sí, o sea que está muy bien. La mule al final puede llevar 2 y este solo puede llevar 1. Pero claro, la velocidad de esto pues será otro rollo, ¿no? Me llama la atención este buggy. El precio no se sabe. No se sabe, no han indicado. Sobre la rueda de repuesto y tal, no queda claro si... A ver, yo espero que no sea solo decorado, la verdad. Yo espero que no sea solo decorado. Sí, pero un coche cerrado te ocupa más espacio, buenísimo. Sí, claro. El LTI de Carbon, eso es. No, esto no es el Lynx. El Lynx es otra cosa. Esto es un vehículo nuevo, Tirufo. Se llama Greycat STV. Pero el combustible me mató, tío. Bueno, no sé, si hizo un grado de Dragonfly de subo un arco. ¿Te lo devolverán? No, no deberían. No tendrían por qué, me refiero. O sea, no deberían, no tendrían por qué bastar. Si la Dragonfly era de regalo, no, o sea, no deberían de tener que hacerlo, tío. Sí, pero bueno, al final hay muchas cosas así también, gato. O sea, hay varias cosas así. A ver si lo puedo ver a la luz de la calda un momento. Ahí. A ver cómo le afectan las diferentes luces. Ah, coño, ¿y se puede subir? ¿Lol? Sí que se puede subir. ¿Pero qué vendida es esta, tío?
Nice ride, hombre.
Haha, enjoy, man.
I'm going. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Shit.
Vaya troll.
Check out the ramps on this bitch. Holy fuck.
Eso de que se pueda subir así es una vendida. En realidad. No tiene sentido. Es una vendida gorda. Nada, simplemente no tiene el bloqueo. Por lo visto, no tiene el bloqueo, yo creo.
Hey, baby. Wanna catch a ride?
Not interested, thank you. I mean, I can claim another.
Let it be known, today you hurt my feelings.
You don't have any feelings. I mean, you're a monster for sure.
What in the goddamn picking heck did you just say to me?
Está todo loco el fulano.
I'll have you know, I once shed a tear. I'm a very emotional person.
Uf. Ay, tengo que frenar la silla. Que me mato. Tenemos problemas aquí, chicos. A ver cómo resuelvo esto. De una forma impura. Vamos a ver. Uf. Tengo que pillar candela. Qué asco de la atravesada, tío. Es que me puede matar. El problema es que no me puede matar, porque me ha pillado en desventaja. No me puede llegar a matar. Supongo que esto es algo personal. Cuidadito. Mierda, me va a joder. Uf. Es una pelea complicada. De alguna manera también quiero echar, porque lo quiero matar. Tener mucho cuidado. Hilar muy fino, chavales. Puto Toby se está despegando. Se falla bastante. Uf, vámonos. Me piro. No quiero morir. LOL. Casi me hacen un peinado nuevo, chavales. Creo que no. Si esta haciendo así me lo tengo en el save, no opino. Nada, lo que pasa es que este tipo a mí me olía a troll. Me olía a troll de que se quería estrellar. Porque ya vino puteando desde el principio con una actitud bastante toxiquilla. Y yo creo que simplemente es eso. Entonces preferí eyectar para no darle la satisfacción. Estoy probando los ETV y con razón dicen lo que no tiene sentido el Air of Road a 40 metros por segundo, no de cojones. A ver. Es bastante velocidad. Lo que pasa es que eventualmente yo creo que una de las cosas que tendrán los vehículos será tracción. Entonces, claro, si no vas por pista debería ir más despacio, ¿no? Lo mítico que pasa en los simuladores de vehículos, ¿no? Que nos metemos off-road, que va bastante más lento. Yo espero que tenga algo de eso. Que según el terreno pueda alcanzar más o menos velocidad por la tracción que llegue a alcanzar el vehículo, ¿no? Kate y yo estamos orgullosos de ti. Una excusa buena, una pelea perdida. Ahora entiendes que nosotros no perdemos, nos hacen trampa. ¿Pero qué cojones? ¿What? Mira, ¿ves esto, maese? ¿Sabes lo que es esto, tío? Lo que hay debajo son mis pelotas, que siguen ahí. Mis pelotas siguen ahí, no están en el suelo, ¿ves? Siguen ahí. No están esparcidas en ningún terreno, tío. Ahí están mis pelotas. Eso es lo que importa en el Star Citizen. El resto, caca.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. insurance claim has been sent. Thank you.
Este juego va de sobrevivir, chavales. Es lo que hay. Y si ahí no se puede, me voy. Me voy y ya está. En ese momento, pues es mejor irse que darle la satisfacción, tío. No. Es como hay que mirarlo. O sea, no hay otra manera de mirar eso en el verso. Quien lo mire de otra manera no va a llegar muy lejos en el Star Citizen. Ah, por supuesto. Vale. Entonces. Siguiendo con el tema de las naves. Vamos a ver. Joder, macho. Es que la bombardera esa, la 1, tío. Si Wayne. La bombardera esa. Esto tiene turret. Claro, es una torreta remota en la parte de atrás.
Vamos, Herbie. ¿Ya tenemos todos nuestra Spirit? Yo sí.
Buenas, Gaming Vulcan. Ah, sí, no. Tranquilidad. El tema es... o sea... Tranquilidad no. O sea, yo tranquilidad en el sentido de... Tranquilidad. Calma. Esta nave... No creo que sea para mí. Yo quiero gastarme... Yo creo que me voy a guardar para la IAE, chavales. Yo me voy a guardar para la IAE. Porque sí. Creo que sí. El 20 de noviembre. No, yo me voy a guardar para la IAE. Y para la gráfica. Para la IAE y para la gráfica. Dice Monkey, las Spirit son naves de entrada. Y yo de entrada ya tengo una Kraken. O sea que... En realidad... Erwin nos recomienda la nave. No. Cuidado. Esta nave tiene pinta de moverse rápido. A ver. Yo lo que pasa es que a mí... la bombardera que yo esperaba... Era una bombardera de una sola plaza y tal. Y eso sí me hubiera llamado la atención. Pero es que yo soy... A ver, en el caso de la 1, ¿vale? Tienes la mecánica de bombas y tal, y luego tienes como una torreta ahí detrás y otra delante. A mí no me mola que mi artillero solo pueda hacer esto, tío. Yo quiero que mi artillero... Si la torreta fuera, ¿entendéis? Encima y podéis disparar todo, pero eso ya me echa para atrás. En realidad eso me echa para atrás. Me echa un poco para atrás, chicos. La verdad. Y de forma está muy guapa y todo eso, pero a mí en ese caso, esa mecánica concreta de que tenga la torreta hacia atrás no me gusta. Porque yo sé que en un dogfight voy a tener que salir huyendo. sea, prefiero reservarme esta nave para comprarla in-game, en todo caso. La de pasajeros me tiene buena pinta. O sea, con la C1 ocurre que, bueno, pues que tienes, o sea, que le falta lo que es es la de carga y tal. Pero le falta la torreta de, o sea, el piloto y el copiloto, pero el copiloto ¿qué hace? No sé. O sea, el copiloto disparará el arma que está debajo y el piloto disparará solo las dos armas de tamaño 3. Es posible que sea así. Pero es una nave que, no sé. O sea, me gusta y todo, está muy chula, ¿vale? Pero es que... no me encaja en mi flota, la verdad. No me encaja en mi flota. O sea, yo ahora mismo tengo la Vano Defender. O sea, es que es eso, o sea, tengo Vano Defender, tengo la Merchantman, tengo la Polaris, tengo la Perseus, tengo la Kraken, a ver qué más viene, tengo la C2, tengo también la Mercury Star Runner, es decir, pudiendo hacer carga a 2 personas, ¿qué me voy a ir? ¿En una Mercury Star Runner o en esta nave? Para mí la respuesta es clara. Yo me voy en la Mercury. O sea, es que para mí no hay duda ninguna, ¿no, chicos? O sea, no, me refiero, estando la Mercury Star Runner no hay nada que probar con esta nave. Para mí. O sea, en cuanto a lo que es la mecánica de carga. Entonces, para mí quedaría lo que es la bombardera. Que yo, en vez de una bombardera, la verdad, creo que prefiero llevar una Sentinel. Me llama más. Y entonces quedaría la de transporte de pasajeros. Pero claro, yo no me veo llevando pasajeros tampoco. O sea, me lo veo haciéndolo un día. Malísima, dice. Pero esta es más barata que la MSR. Claro, pero yo estoy hablando de mi caso particular. Yo ya tengo una Mercury. Sí, es que yo ya tengo una Mercury. Claro. O sea, yo ya tengo una Mercury. Yo si tengo que llevar carga no voy a ir en eso. Voy a ir en la Mercury. Es evidente. Yo esta la veo... mira, yo creo que esta nave está guay. La C1 para peña que quiera tener una... Que no le mole la Caldas, tío. Que quiera tener una nave así, pero que no le mole la Caldas. Y seguro que tiene su público. Que no le mole la Caldas, que no le mole la Freelance. Y dices, bueno, pues me pillo esta. Y yo creo que es una nave muy buena. O sea, realmente es una nave... Tiene pinta que va a ser una nave muy buena, muy solvente, ¿no? Para cuando metas la carga y todo eso. Tiene muy buena pinta, la verdad. No creo que sea tan polivalente como una Atlas. No lo creo, chicos. O sea, yo es que claro, es que no lo creo. O sea, aquí sale en el brochetura esto, en el brocheto, y aparece que tiene... La C1 tiene 2 armas de tamaño 2. En las alas. O sea, en las alas tiene 2 armas de tamaño 2 fijas. Claro, y cambia el rollo. Y luego tiene 2 armas de tamaño 3. ¿Y cómo es esto de DS4 Dual Racks y S3 TDB Bombs? ¿Cómo que? Pero eso aparece en todo. No, es diferente. Sí, porque pone que la E1 Spirit lleva misiles. O sea que para to be determined bombs. O sea, de que esta también tenga bombas. Claro, esta está bastante más armada. Que son 4 armas de tamaño 3 y luego la torreta con 2 armas de tamaño 3. Pero... No, pero el nose... No, no. O sea, esto está raro. O sea, pone to be determined... O sea, todavía no se sabe. Esto hay que esperar, Esto hay que esperar. ¿De la esta? No. No creo. No creo.
Fan favorite Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite, the pick a ship or vehicle concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have 3 variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs. And they are arranged in 2 vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the 2 sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out and doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner.
So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels. And so, we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience. Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module, you've got lockers, space to put any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you're going to 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're going to have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in their module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you
Vale, lo que están hablando aquí es que hay unas zonas en común. Lo primero que dicen que es que la cabina y esto que estamos viendo aquí, que sería la zona de vivienda. Y comentando la de los pasajeros, ¿vale? Que no lo comenté antes, pero el tema del Mixmaster, que bueno, lo que es la estancia de pasajeros y tal estará dividido en 2. Sí, y tendrá un elevador atrás y un elevador adelante. Y aparte, pues lo que os comentaba es lo del tema del Mixmaster. El maestro de mezclas es como un dispositivo que ha salido en los documentos de diseño de transporte de pasajeros, que lo que hace es que a la hora de tú estar atendiendo a los pasajeros, ellos te van a hacer peticiones de ciertas combinaciones, de ciertos cócteles, de lo que sea, ¿no? Entonces tú con el Mixmaster se los puedes ofrecer dependiendo de lo acertado que estés a la hora de las diferentes combinaciones de los diferentes pedidos que tienen, que se supone que vas a tener que hacer a mano, o sea, de cabeza, vas a tener que tú saber lo que estás haciendo. Ellos te van a valorar de forma positiva por la atención recibida. Aparte de eso, pues, bueno, comenta el tema de poder explorar el verso con esta parte que tiene aquí de cabina y todo eso y tal, y que, bueno, que tiene dos secciones y tiene un elevador para subir y otro para bajar, ¿no? Entonces, lo que nos comenta aquí el Juan Tripulación es que dice que
aspects which don't need to change, and starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future.
A ver un momentito.
aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section, which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. The ramp access area. So that's
¿Se moverá la torreta o qué? Por este riel. ¿Se moverá la torreta y realmente podrá apuntar hacia adelante? Es que no tiene pinta de que pueda apuntar hacia adelante. No tiene pinta, no. En un principio no tiene pinta. Sí, pero bueno, la Crusader tiene la característica de precisamente no es la primera nave que tiene este riel aquí y que se mueve, ¿no? O sea, porque cuando la enciendes como que se posiciona. Lo mismo que pasa en Origin. O sea, no necesariamente tiene que tener un modo de cambio, estamos hablando, ¿vale? Claro, o sea, en las escenas, a la hora de disparar y tal, la Spirit... O sea, tenemos esta escena y tal. Pero claro, si hubiera una escena de fuego hacia adelante, en esta situación estaría disparando. O sea, en esta situación estaría disparando hacia adelante también. Lo que se caracteriza a esta nave, pues parece ser que es de una bombardera rápida y tal. A ver, no voy a... O sea, llamarme me llama la bombardera. Pero es que... me llama más la 4090. O la tarjeta gráfica que salga. Es que es un momento complicado, ¿eh? No, la MSR no tiene nada que ver, pero la MSR ya se especificó que eran torretas remotas y todo. No, no. La MSR es una nave distinta, aparte, o sea, no tiene nada que ver. O sea, hay que mirar las capacidades de la velocidad que tiene esto, ¿no? Monkey dice, tú sí bombardeas senador no a uno. No, 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 no. No, esa es la cosa. Que yo seguramente prefiera bombardear con una 1 que con una 2, tío. Porque es lo que nos dicen en la charla. Al final la A1 es un bisturí y la 2, tío, es un nuque, ¿sabes? Yo quiero bombardear algo concreto. No quiero... ¿Entiendes? Ese es el detalle. De todas formas, yo si quiero bombardear un sitio, Monkey, lo que hago es soltar un pepo de la Polaris, tío. Eso es lo que hago. Un pepazo de la Polaris. Claro, es que el tema... El tema es cómo va a salir esta nave, ¿sabes? El tema es cómo... A ver, la realidad es, para mí, el tema es cómo va a salir esta nave y que ahora mismo me pilla muy mal. O sea, ahora mismo a mí me pilla mal. Económicamente hablando no me pilla bien. O sea, me pilla en un momento en el que hay mucho gasto por delante, tío. Muchísimo. O sea, si esta nave me hubiera pillado el año pasado, lo hubiera comprado. Pero es que este año... El problema es que este año es muy... Es un año complicado, tío. No, hablo de colección... De coleccionarla, tío. De coleccionar el concepto Holoring. Es por coleccionar el concepto, tío. Y es eso, es que si sale luego una nave tocha de capital en la IAE, ahí sí que ojito. Claro, o sea, al final es que tengo que decidir, o sea, a ver, yo ya lo dije, yo si tuviera el dinero, me pillaba todas las 3 y el vehículo. Si tuviera la pasta me pillaba todo. Pero es que no tengo pasta para todo, tío. O sea, prioridad ahora mismo es la gráfica y el PC. Es mi prioridad absoluta. Al canal, tío. Mi prioridad absoluta para el canal. Lo tengo clarísimo. Lo tengo clarísimo. Pues bueno, chicos, yo creo que es buen momento para descansar. Que hoy ha sido un día largo. Y hay que descansar también. Yo creo que hay que descansar también del Citizen. Así que, de verdad, daros las gracias por el tremendo apoyo que me habéis dado hoy. Ha sido una pasada. Esos 300 y pico viewers, qué locura. Muchas gracias, chavales. Muchas gracias también por la cantidad de subs que habéis dado, que es una locura también. Y disfrutar de la noche, chavales. Si estáis currando, que os sea leve. Y mañana mesh, chavales. Mañana seguramente recomentaremos cositas de la con, a saco y tal. Acordarse. Se viene esta semana el Evocati, chavales. Y la 318 está por delante. Besitos a todos. Mañana mesh. Hasta luego.